be free. Oh, free. It was hard enough for me to fight the storm. Were you hoping that I could keep us both warm? Hearing sirens playing from the start. Hearing sirens playing from the start, from the start, from the start, from the start. Hey, hey. Did you hear them sirens playing? Hear them sirens playing from the start, from the start, from the start. Hey, hey. Hear them sirens playing from the start.
Welcome everyone to another amazing CSA stream. It's a big day. A lot of teams have been fighting tooth and nail over the last week to try and secure themselves for this, for the Major 1 Grand Finals. And, well, we've got all 5 games tonight. It's going to be quite a stream to watch. I'm joined by the amazing Tibbles. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing great. It doesn't happen very often where we have 4 grand finals in one stream on one day, so it's going to be a really exciting night of Rocket League here on CSA.
Couldn't agree more. Our first matchup is going to be the Premier Grand Final. Chicago Titans going against the Toronto Sixes. Quite an interesting bracket. Both teams were 6 seeds coming into this. It was a very interesting just watching as teams moved on and on. That first game having a 1 seed lose to an 8 seed. It was a close series, but that's just not something you see very often, and being able to not only that, but push past even that quarterfinal matchup, eventually falling to the Chicago Titans was the Denver Shred. But still, having a team that is not condemned to lose, but has a lot to face down, and they're able to take down the 1 seed on their side is a wild thing to see happen.
Yeah, that's such a huge thing too, because especially if you come in on round 1 and you see that first seed up in your first matchup, your team's probably thinking, oh no, we got to go up against the best team in this league. This could be a tough series, but they made it through game 5. I mean, what a win for them.
Very much so. And just moving down the line a little bit, the St. Louis Archers beating the Tijuana Toros. Again, a very close series, but ultimately falling to the Denver Shred, as they were mentioned earlier, the third series, and that was a very confident 3-0 from the Chicago Titans, who again are sitting in that grand final spot, beating the Akron Kings 3-0, beating the Rochester Renegades 3-1, and then a very confident 4-0 again. They are currently, they are 10-1 so far on this bracket, and I can guarantee you they're going to be trying to make sure that goes to 14-1 at the end of the night. But again, just a lot of amazing series that have happened so far across Premier League, and it's going to be quite the show to watch, if I had to say.
Yep, but let's talk about Toronto 6 real quick, because I mean, the story for their first 2 series in this playoff bracket for the Major is fairly simple. A sweep against New Orleans and a sweep against Philadelphia. And this is the 6th seed coming in too, by the way. And now a 4-1 win against the Savannah Phantoms in the 4th seed there. And that is how they got to the grand finals. So what a journey it's been for them. They've dropped 1 game so far in this bracket.
very strong teams on both sides, and it makes you wonder. I unfortunately am not talented enough to be ranked as high as Premier, but what is the strategy coming into a grand final like this? As first place, whoever comes out on top here gets 25 points after this major. Meanwhile, second only getting 18. That is still a lot more than most other teams, as 9th through 16th got 0, unfortunately. 5th through 8th got 4, 3rd and 4th got 11. Those points are going to come in very, very important as we go through the season, get closer to playoffs. But again, these two teams, it's like, do you come in, do you want to play a little bit more defensive, do you want to play a little bit more secure, or do you want to try and just push as hard as possible, crack down on any opportunity where the ball isn't immediately being touched by a car? How do you go into this series looking to get a win here?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. And the answer to that question really is that it's going to be different for each team. For Toronto, they have such a big, just lead on every. I mean, Chicago as well. They swept in that semifinal, which is kind of wild as well. But for Toronto 6, they had such an easy time through the bracket. They played so well that they were able to get those sweeps in and were able to get to the grand final. So for them, it's just keep doing what you're doing and make sure, study what Chicago does, and then, execute on that.
Very much so, and playing reactive can be the key to victory, but ultimately it could come down to just mentality, especially like you go down a couple games early on, you're not even able to get one. It looks like they are just going to dominate this series. How do you keep that mental, that just eyes on the prize? You cannot be letting anything perturb you here, because if you even let your opponents get in your head, even just a little bit, they will notice it, they will take advantage of it, they will especially capitalize on what is getting in your head and do it 1,000 times harder just to try and make sure that no chance for you to try and regain the mental, try and regain some chemistry, regain comms, because we've all been there. It's been a rough ranked grind, it's been a rough series, comms kind of die down. You got to make sure you just keep calming, keep getting everything going, keep that chemistry up, keep the speed going, because if you let that go for even a second, your opponents will be able to capitalize on it and take advantage and try and take the series away from you. You got to make sure that does not ever, ever, ever happen.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the bracket. I'm actually corrected by myself. For Chicago Titans, they also only conceded one game out of this whole bracket as well, coming into this grand final. So kind of a crazy stat for both teams. Out of 3 series, 2 best of 5 and 1 best of 7, only 1 game dropped for both of them. That's kind of wild. And for the answer of who takes it for the grand finals, I'm going to go look to the players. I think everyone can agree that's mostly what this depends on. And the standout players for me, I mean, Hexy, gotta talk about Hexy on the Chicago Titans. I haven't seen him play for a while, to be honest, but I'm very excited to see how he does. His salary is very high, over 2K, over 2,100 actually. But unfortunately, Toronto 6 have 2 players I've heard of, Kipper and North. Both above that 2K mark as well. So I'm really looking for those X factors from those players specifically, and if the players behind them who are filling in the rotation can add to that, all the better.
Very much so, and I have never been fortunate enough to see these players play. I will tonight, and especially hearing what little I have, they are all, but especially the players you were able to mention, very, very talented, especially being at those higher salary marks. It depends how do they decide to make themselves the high sell? Do they play as an offensive spearhead? Do they play as a brick wall on defense? Or do they play just ball control, pass it over to your teammate, make sure that net is wide open for somebody else? But ultimately, it comes down to how you decide to play in this grand final. It's especially just having nerves, not only for a stream, not just for a major, for all those points, but all of that combined, that can cause a little bit of uneasiness, especially in this first game, and I'm sure we'll see maybe a little bit of mistakes coming from nerves.
Yeah, nerves are such a big part. We're just getting into the game right here, so should have this really soon for you. But grand finals are really the test of persistence, the test of ice, the test of grit. Really, that's what you have to bring into this. In Game 1, it won't always be the explosive fireworks that we may see later in the series, but Game 1, each team wants to settle down and feel out the other team.
Absolutely, and I have said it in the past, but you beat me to the punch there. Game 1 is always a feeler. How is your opponent going to be going about these first couple games here with a bit of an early look for Chicago, as that one's going to fall back into Toronto territory? B-Man with control. North able to pick this one up. A little bit awkward off the catch. A little bit of a heavy-handed touch is going to cause a little bit of hesitation. That one's going to fall back into the corner. A quick 50 from Zerx is going to keep pressure going in their favor. Another 50, but it falls back to the midfield. A couple good looks for both teams so far, but no one wanting to overextend too much just yet.
Yeah, Hexy keeping that one in the midfield. Let's get a chipper back to the middle. Over for Dios. It's off the wall. Plenty of boost to work with as well. No second touch. North, I like that little flick to himself, actually, over the middle. It's just there for the taking. Over the top, and Dios will score. That's the first goal on the board.
Toronto draws first blood. A phenomenal passing play from North, just playing physicality there, making sure there's no defenders to make any touches at all, and just all you needed. That's all you needed was one last touch to get in the back of the net. A great start for Toronto in this Game 1 here.
Yeah, that was really smooth to get that touch, that little pinch off the wall over the top, just beautifully arced down for that shot as well. So really great from them for Toronto to start off well. Hexy will pinch it the other way, back for Kipper. He has to be the one to make the save. Dios will actually have a very smart defensive touch back to his own teammate. Now it's his turn to be on the attack. Flick over one, B-Man will get there. Any follow-up from Kipper, down and left, and Hexy, the last one on the stand, cannot get there.
Very important insurance goal here, as you never know when your opponents can just ignite with offensive pressure, and you got to make sure that any goal opportunities that you have, you got to take those. Exactly what you need for Toronto. A great start for them. We're only 1 minute and 22 seconds in, and they're already up by 2.
North maybe looking to make it a third. The drop down, Kipper's there for the follow-up, and it is a third. Not even 90 seconds.
Just great kickoff strategy all around. North with a great 50 there on the backboard. B-Man, unfortunately, not enough boost in the tank to make it to the ball. And Toronto now up by 3. This is an amazing start for them. And if this goes on, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Chicago. But I'm sure we'll see something coming out of them pretty soon here.
Let's hope so. They do have plenty of time to do it, but want to stop the flow of goals. That will be there. B-Man with the defense, keeping that one out finally. And if they had found a fourth on that, on the Toronto side, that could have been it for Chicago here in Game 1. Maybe another one. North, B-Man again to save that one away. This Chicago team has just been defending their net again and again. Hexy looking for that one touch out, does get it past one player, trying to get that 50 again. Zerx is there, maybe the bump, the physical play, but it's saved away.
B-Man with control has plenty of boost to work with, is almost able to pop it past North, but the last whispers of their boost is able to get the ball cleared away to Chicago territory. B-Man with control, pops it over one, gets demoed for their efforts. That one's going to fall to North, just trying to keep that away from a shooting goal. Hexy trying to get something going there. It's going to fall just a little bit short. Zerx with the follow-up off the wall. That one's going to be a bit of a double commit coming from Toronto, but it still gets cleared away regardless. B-Man picking up that corner boost is going to come in clutch as Hexy putting one on target, a little bit too slow to make too much pressure, but now the ball falling in Chicago territory as North just trying to keep the pressure going. B-Man with control gets bumped away as now Zerx, last man back, has to play some solid defense. Hex with some presence, but runs out of boost, is just trying to play some coverage on the ball here, buy their teammates some time. B-Man, again, not a lot of boost. It seems that this Chicago team has seen themselves on either low or no boost a lot over the course of this game. They're going to want to try and even just play those little pennies. That 12 boost can be an absolute godsend if you play it right.
B-Man with that opportunity over to the mid, and you can just see the clear from North. Oh, that pinch from Hexy as well. Look at that ping pong, and B-Man was just in the perfect spot.
Ooh, man. A minute 33 to go. There's still plenty of time for Chicago to come back here, but they're going to need more opportunities like that if they want to make it happen. Zerx with already a great start off the kickoff. Dios sitting off the backboard. Has plenty of boost to work with. Gets a 50 on B-Man. Hexy, they have an unfortunate touch to try to play possession here. Don't let that Toronto team get too much possession here. North pass over to Kipper. Kipper looking up off the backboard. Gets cleared away. It's still in a very dangerous situation for Chicago, but they get away with it. B-Man trying to get the touch off Hexy. North just keeping presence. All of the Chicago players clumped up in that midfield. Very scary situation, but they were able to get away with it for now. B-Man pinch out to mid. It's an opportunity, but no teammates with boost. That one's going to go by the wayside, and they're definitely going to be wanting that opportunity back.
Oh, they lost so much momentum there as well. North dropping that one down, but nobody to receive except for a Chicago player. North will tip that one up. Hexy is trying to clear it out. Approaching 30 seconds for Chicago to try and get this comeback going. Zerx to take over. Pass one, I like that as well. North with that sudden challenge though. Recognized the danger. Knew they had to get there, but 20 seconds left. Chicago still looking for it. A miss from Kipper. That could be it. And Hexy's still in the midfield.
Great touch out to mid. Zerx gonna try and put this one on, but Kipper there with speed is able to get it clear away. B-Man up off the backboard. Final 10 seconds here. They've got to get something going quick. Zerx gets beat by Kipper. That might be the dagger that sends game one in favor of Toronto. North with control, lets it fall to the corner. Toronto taking game one in the grand finals.
Toronto taking game one, doing so well. North and Kipper having a lot to do with that. Dios actually showing up though. Over 400 points, a very good shift in, but for Chicago, I think the question is more for them. How do they react to this? How do they adjust? And I mean, look at those tags as well. We know Hexy, we know Zerx, B-Man with the RLCS tag as well. We know these players can do it, and it's the grand final. They both dropped one game to get here each. They both deserve to be here. We know they have a response, but what will it be?
Question is up in the air. They did have a bit of a rough first half in that game. It seemed like they just could not break past that midfield line, constantly under offensive pressure, constantly having to fight for boost. But as that game went on, they did seem to get a lot more upfield presence. They had a couple opportunities to make a goal happen, but just really great speed and especially really strong boost consumption coming from Toronto is really what sent that game in their favor. They're going to want to try and maybe just try and consume more boost than them, just play the boost game, or physicality could be a good play here. Anything to get Chicago a little bit more offensive pressure in this game too could be a gift from above if they're able to get it.
Absolutely, but heading into game two, can they continue this trend for Toronto? That's really the question here. Or can Chicago claw a game back and bring us to a tied series? We'll have to find out. Both of their reactions will be very interesting, but so far it's Kipper in the midfield. Leave it for B-Man. That pre-jump came in immediately. Up for B-Man again, getting bumped away. And North will take over. This time, Hexy, this midfield battle has been legendary so far.
Starts pass out to mid. B-Man able to get a follow-up touch, but Kipper on the backboard is able to get it cleared away. Only one touch to them, however, as that one's going to fall back into deep Toronto territory. That one probably a bit dangerous for Toronto, but they are holding very strong on defense so far and able to get it cleared away. Hexy gets a 50, tries to get the read, is able to get the dunk on Dios, however, that one's going to make that play a little bit more difficult for Toronto. Zerx with just enough boost, try and get one more touch cleared away, gets past another defender. It's an open ball, but nobody there to take advantage. Kipper gets a 50 there. B-Man able to get a follow-up. All three Chicago players up. That one's just going to fall on target, and B-Man just a little bit too high. Beams it off the woodwork, and that one's going to go unredeemed.
B-Man clear out once again, but look at that rotation from Kipper to be the third man. Turn around on that ball as well, so he has a straight angle on the goal. Full boost as well. Unfortunately for them, can't do anything with it, and it's still in that midfield, but a miss from Hexy. Could be dangerous. Flicked back the other way for Chicago on the prowl this time, off the backboard. Both of them going. Can anyone get a good shot on target? It's off the crossbar, and now they're in danger.
Now a crashing down Toronto offense. They've got to make sure they don't let it get too strong. North with control. Able to get one last touch, a pinch off the ground there. That one's going to fall to Zerx, however, also running out of boost. Kipper going to be the one to pick this one up. Hexy getting a challenge. That one was a bit of a double commit from Chicago B-Man, able to get a bit of a skim across that ball, but ultimately Dios able to get there first. North getting a follow-up. It's going to be a shot on target from Dios and another crossbar hit. I think we've seen 3 of those so far this game.
Yeah, we really have. Another pinch coming through from Kipper and North, but that one's cut out immediately. And both teams have seemed to shore up their defense on this one. Hard to break through, even for Toronto, who seemed to be reigning in goals in the first half of that game 1. Back for Hexy, though. Requires a 50 just to get past that first player. Kipper with full boost in the midfield, guarding that gate as well. Kipper again with another touch. Demo coming through. Somehow still has the ball. 50 from Hexy, and back to the other side.
North with the challenge from Zerx is a bit awkward. Still has a flip, able to put it on target, but Hexy able to get the save. All 3 Chicago players on defense. They're almost starting to trip over each other. They might want to get out, and they're able to. B-Man able to get it pinched past the second defender. Kipper up off the backboard. Dios and Hexy getting a trade demo there. It's going to fall to a 2v2 for a moment, as now Zerx pass out to mid. B-Man looking for a shot. North with the save. Hexy picking it up off the wall here. Has plenty of boost to work with. Trying to just play control. Gets a 50 with North. That's going to fall back mid, but gets cleared away by the Toronto defense. And it just seems like we go back and forth and back and forth. No one has really seen a great opportunity yet, but ultimately it's going to fall to, I feel it's just going to fall to one tiny little mistake is going to get the first goal going here.
Yeah, sometimes these games go like that, where, you know, no mistakes happen, or at least no mistakes were capitalized on, and that's really the question. Is maybe for me, not when the mistake happens, but if they can take advantage of it. That could be it right there. They will break through, and this time it will be Chicago who is first on the board.
Great opportunity for Chicago. B-Man with the open backboard is able to get it passed over to Hexy and get that first goal. If the game continues like this, that might be the one and only goal we see during this game too, but 1 and 30 minutes, just shy of it, still left on that clock. There's still plenty of time for someone to score. North looking to be the one to take advantage. Dio's going to put it on target. Hexy with the save. Zerx gets bumped off of Dio's coming back to the ground. B-Man able to get a follow-up touch. North getting a touch, and it hits B-Man on its way to the wall. It's that one falling out mid. Zerx getting a big clear away. Don't want to let that ball fall into Toronto hands. B-Man 50 off the ceiling. Dios able to get an extra touch. Zerx is going to be the one to challenge early, as this one falling back to midfield. Zerx still playing the ball here. B-Man, last man back, is going to have to play pretty strong. Almost gets bumped out of the way there, but able to hold strong and get the ball cleared away. It seems like they're just trying to play rock solid defense. Just, we may not be able to score again, but we're going to make sure that they're not able to either.
Yeah, rock solid defense as well, I agree. But B-Man, for me, his rotation, or excuse me, their rotation, a bad habit, has been very interesting. They've been going back on defense as the third man to save the ball, obviously, but they've been also venturing into that Toronto half to try to get demos as well, to disrupt their play and their rotation. And that could be the adjustment that changes it all. I mean, Toronto so far looks like they still have an answer that they have not found yet. And they're about 8 seconds away from Chicago making sure they don't have that answer. Just pop up from him, from North, up in the corner. Needs to keep this up now with 0 seconds in. One for the road, potentially, but it will be down. And Chicago were able to shut down Toronto, potentially, due to that physical play.
That game was so polar opposite to that first one. Toronto having all that offensive pressure, having every little boost pad that you can imagine. And then this game, it is tooth and nail, just trying to get even a couple inches up the field, try and get an opportunity. Chicago, ultimately the ones able to capitalize off of just a brief lapse in judgment from Toronto on defense. That might be what it comes down to. Now it's Toronto's turn to try and respond to this new strategy coming from Chicago. It's going to be very interesting to see what they come up with.
Yeah, 1-1 in the series now, and like I said, and what you like to say as well, game one, I don't want to say never has an effect on the rest of the series, but many times game one doesn't reflect what will happen in the series. So what we saw in game one didn't happen in game two. And to be honest, for game sevens, or excuse me, for best of sevens, it could be even completely different for game three. But for me, game three is impactful and game five is impactful. So this one right here will be a pivot moment, and whoever is able to take this one, I mean, they have a great foot forward for the rest of the series.
Absolutely, and even just one game can be the one that sends you over the top, just above your opponents. But ultimately, Game 3 coming down. You said it better than I could have. That this one is very, very pivotal, and it's going to be a very close game. I can imagine B-Man already trying to get some offensive pressure going. Dios able to get a clear away, or Zerk's able to get a quick follow-up off the wall. However, keeping this in Toronto territory is now a pass from North over to Kipper. Kipper trying to put it on target just a little bit wide. He gets a follow-up, and it beams off the crossbar. It seems like the shooting from Game 2 has followed a little bit into Game 3. Hopefully they're able to clean that one up, as now Toronto already having opportunity, but that one gets cleared away. A good first 30 seconds here from both teams, but no one able to capitalize just yet.
Yeah, that was a little scary for Chicago. They did not shut down the pass. The pass was completed, but they had to double commit in order for the pass recipient to not get the ball and in turn a shot on goal. So, not ideal. They did keep them out for the time being. Toronto, that is. So Chicago are fine for now, but that does scare me a little bit, and they need to be shutting down those passes. North is there for another one. Dios, that's another chance. A pass back. Kipper there, bottom left, and that's exactly what I was talking about. That pass never should have happened if Chicago don't want to concede.
Took a couple extra tries there, but ultimately it falls in the back of the net. Great offense pressure and great just endurance to just constantly keep shooting it, because eventually one of those shots will go in, and ultimately it did, as now Chicago trying to even the score line. Just over a minute and 20 gone so far. B-Man getting a pass over to Zerks, but a quick cut by North is able to get it cleared away. B-Man up off the backboard, has a full tank of boost, just trying to play this as far as humanly possible. Gets it away from Dios, but Kipper able to pick it up at a sacrifice of their boost tank, as now North over to Zerks. It's going to fall back to the wall. A great touch from Dios, but no one there to take advantage, as now Chicago finding themselves in a very familiar situation, as they seem to be stuck on defense a lot in this game 3.
Yeah, they do. Back the other way, though. Kipper has an opportunity. Shot on target, and again, Chicago were punished for that overcommit. That third man coming in, and that touch from Zerks was just... It really sealed their fate. I'm just going to say that. For that goal, at least, that was really... we'll put it in there. So, 3 minutes left, and to be honest, Toronto have been their own worst enemies. Chicago have been their own worst enemies. They've allowed Toronto to get back into this one, and still, Zerks has to make that challenge. I was worried for a second because no one was up with Kipper.
It would have been very dangerous. Again, giving Toronto a third goal in this game could be very, very dangerous, as now North with a clear field. Has some presence on the ball. Zerk's able to get a follow, but no one there to take the shot after it rolls out in front of the net. B-Man control. Gets it over 150s a second, but can't get the 50 they were looking for, is now Hexy. Gets a touch over to Zerks. It's going to fall into that shooting lane for Chicago. They've just got to take advantage, but not enough speed. Gets it cleared away. Hexy able to get a touch to the corner. North's going to be the one to pick this one up. Getting a couple wall dashes. Just trying to get enough speed to get to the ball first. B-Man clear out field. Someone trying to be there for a pass, but just a little bit too much heat on it. Gets it cleared away. B-Man up off the wall. Pass over to Zerks, but it gets cleared away, and it feels like Chicago now has offense. They have time on that orange half, but they just can't capitalize. And a wild pump play coming from Toronto is going to open up the scoring again.
Yeah, a third one coming in, and a slight peak, but in that replay, I saw B-Man coming in with full boost while his teammates were under siege, let's say, from Toronto here. So it's potentially that, from what I see in this game, that B-Man is still trying to do that physical play, because what it did last time was free up the space for Chicago to move into and have opportunities on goal. Now that's not working so much because Toronto is catching on to the fact that he's doing that, and now it's putting them out of position, and that's why their rotation is so messed up right now. So B-Man has to bury that. It's saved away by Dios, but I like the attempt. But for Chicago, the main thing for them is that rotational adaptation that Toronto made, and Chicago so far have been unable to.
Just a quick look at stats really fast. Toronto currently having 9 shots to Chicago's 5. there isn't a glaring lack of shooting from either team, but Toronto just having all of that more offensive pressure is really putting them ahead here. Not only that, having such strong defense, every shot that has fallen in front of the Toronto net has been saved. There's another one coming from Kipper as now B-Man fortunately couldn't find the touch. Zerk's gonna be last man back, able to pick up that midfield boost, gonna snag this corner one as well, make sure Dios has to really work to get back to net. Flip reset goes under one defender, but that one falling out to the corner again. Dios still sitting on no boost. B-Man early challenge is gonna make it a bit awkward for Kipper, but still able to get the touch regardless. 30 seconds left now, and Chicago, they've got to get something going quick if they want to get back in this game here.
Just about 20 seconds, and well, Hexy, I mean, if he had that one, then maybe, but no, now even less, about 15 seconds, and 5 seconds per goal is doable, but probably not very likely. But what I want to talk about is actually how these teams came in to the grand final equal on seed. They're both the 6th seed coming into this bracket here for the major. And I think that's interesting because I don't think that is how the series has been reflected in the gameplay-wise. So this one will, well, it'll drop to the ground eventually, but for Toronto, they'll be taking this one. Will extend their lead to 2-1 in the series as well. So we head to game 4 with them in the lead.
I'm recognizing a pattern here. A game for Toronto, a game for Chicago, a game for Toronto. We've seen things like this happen before. It's obviously not indicative that it's going to happen when it starts, but we've seen teams just go blow for blow, but whoever won that first one is ultimately the one who comes out on top. Chicago now sitting down 1 game, have to get 3 more if they want to take this one away, but Toronto only having to take away 2. That's going to put them in a much more preferred situation, as now they have less work to do. Every game is pivotal. Absolutely cannot be just, oh, that was 1 game, that doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It doesn't mean anything. Every game, especially in a series as high stakes as this, means so much, and you cannot be letting up games as the series goes on.
Yeah, absolutely not. And part of why I brought up that 60 bit is that it's surprising actually how the possession game has turned out, because if you look at the scoreboard, or well, it's gone now, but if you were able to view the scoreboard for everyone watching for Toronto, Kipper actually had a hat trick that game. And not only that, but every goal that the player got was assisted by his teammates. And for me, that shows that Chicago is being pushed back by that possession game in the midfield that Toronto is running. They're getting passes to each other. They're now getting opportunities, which in game 2 they weren't able to because Chicago adjusted. Now Chicago needs to bring it back to them, have to push that defensive line forward so they don't get those opportunities in the midfield.
It's a demo early on from Kipper onto the Zerks. Relieve some of that pressure coming on, but B-Man able to get a touch off the backboard. Quick thinking from North is able to get it cleared away. Kipper with the follow-up. B-Man last man back. Not a lot of boost to work with. Gets it cleared away. Hexy, lots of space to work with. Has the boost. Gets it past 1 and 2 demos from Dios and Kipper onto opposing players. Is able to free up all that offensive pressure that was building for Chicago. Dios able to get an extra touch, has a touch off the backboard, gets it on target, but it gets cleared away by Hexy. A follow-up touch is going to get saved by B-Man from North, and solid defense so far from Chicago is working out in their favor.
Yeah, that was a wonderful save by Hexy. Was able to adjust after the initial hit, and that's another great shot from Hexy as well. Box to box, across the coast, and now they got 1 on the board. That's exactly what they were looking for.
Just great, especially great power coming from that. It's hard to find a balance between power and accuracy, especially with touches like that, but that is a perfect example of how to do it. And Chicago now sitting up by 1 early on in game 4 here, as Chicago already trying to get another goal going in their favor. Dios has control, gets the boost, sends it out to mid. Kipper going to be there for the follow-up. A great save, but Kipper's car is still there. A tie game we have between Chicago and Toronto.
Kipper in the play. Oh, no, it's just a follow-through from their hit earlier. But hey, you know what? It still looked cool. It still went in. And that's a tying goal. And for Chicago, that's got to be so, not depressing, but it's got to be so demoralizing, because you worked so hard for that goal to respond after game 3. And Toronto still have the lead in the series, so you still want to get that happening. Kipper, that one's off target. and Toronto's able to come back and tie that game up. Now, you just got to do the same thing again, but Zerx with 0 boost, B-Man with 0 boost as well. It's the 0 boost party, but nothing comes of it.
Bit of a scare there for Toronto. They're able to get away with it for now, but how long can they hold out as Zerx gets bumped into a clear? Hexy going to be the one to pick this one up. Looks for a follow-up off the corner, can't quite find it. North with control gets it past B-Man, but costs a lot of boost to get it there. Just trying to get it out to mid. Over to Dios, and a shot on target! That was a phenomenal pass play from the duo.
I'm just like here in disbelief. I was like, did I just see that? Wow, what a pass as well. And something I'm noticing about Dios is that their movement looks so smooth. They're just in the right place at the right time when they need to be. And you know, the worst part, North and Kipper were the players that I shouted out. And sure, their offensive output is insane. But Dios, I think, is showing up, performing very well, and executing when they need to in the right locations. But Hexy, for me, I talked about the players that I want to see lead their teams forward. And for me, for Chicago, it's been Hexy and B-Man as well. B-Man up in the midfield. We're trying to get that downfield as well. Hexy this time, full boost. Pass downfield. Zerx on pressure. Still gets the 50 though. Maybe a reset. No, it's over. The follow up, but it's back to the corner safely.
Post call again for Toronto. They're able to hold off these really good plays as that one almost screaming into the back corner, but ultimately gets pinged off the post. Is now up the wall. It's a loose ball, but Hex is able to get their first pass over to B-Man, just trying to get this off of their half. A double commit coming from Toronto here, as North going to be the last one to get a touch there. B-Man able to get a save, but that leaves all three players with very little boost to work with. So they're going to be the last one with some fumes left, but Hexy able to get that corner finally, as now Kipper up off the wall is able to get an extra touch there, trying to get a follow-up. That one's going to fall off the backboard, but no one there to take advantage of the shot. North pass out to mid, a little bit too steep, as that one's going to fall back into Toronto territory. They've had some great offensive opportunities so far, and they are in the lead, but it feels like every strong offensive play, oh no! And the team save coming from Toronto is going to make sure that insurance goal does not happen quite yet.
I just watched this unfold, but I don't even know what to say. I mean, I was like, oh no, that's a goal. That is free and clear. But no, their own teammate was in the way. And so unfortunately for Toronto, they will have to wait to score a third. But B-Man for the dunk. No, it's out. Hexy there as well. But Chicago's still looking for that second goal. They just can't find it yet.
It's tragedy on all sides, as both teams had an opportunity to score, and neither of which fall to fruition, as now 50 seconds left. Chicago got to get something going here, otherwise they're going to be on serious point. But Hexy with the skim is able to tie the game up with 47 left.
That was just beautiful. Look at that crossbar and down. It barely grazes the crossbar and down and in. Just beautiful from Hexy as well. And I'm looking for them. I said that before. I'm looking for them to lead their team, and that's exactly what they're doing. Now back for a baseline of 2-2. Just about 40 seconds left. And they've given themselves a chance in Game 4, because we talked about momentum, or at least pivotal moments in the series. And a pivotal moment in the series would have been, or if Toronto is able to take this game and bring it to match point, because that is a very significant point, especially in a best of 7.
Absolutely. And Chicago trying to even out the series score. Zerx able to get follow-up touch there. B-Man's going to be on the prowl there. Almost gets a skim off the corner, but 5 seconds left to go here. It looks like we might see an overtime unless some magic happens. This one falling onto the ground, and overtime in Game 4.
Overtime, golden goal, sudden death, however you guys know it, however you guys enjoy it. Overtime is the real deal. And this is where the margins are slimmest for the mistakes that you can make. And for both of these teams, they've proven, oh, we almost had a Rule 1, but they broke it. Oh, man, that was on the stream, too. We all saw it. We all saw your curse.
That can be bad karma. We've seen people break Rule 1s before, and it does not end well for them. B-Man pass out to mid. Dio's going to be the one to pick this one up. Hexy just trying to starve out this Toronto defense here, is now Zerx pass out to mid. A great touch from Kipper is able to get it cleared away. and sent all the way back to the Chicago backboard. Dios keeping the pressure going in favor of Toronto here. Ball loose in Chicago territory. Is going to be up to North to get that one touched away. Hexy, a great touch to relieve all that pressure, but they're going to immediately have a follow off the corner. It's going to be an opportunity, but no one there to quite make contact. B-Man able to get a great touch to the corner off of Kipper's shot there. And so far, we are seeing just about what you'd expect to see in an overtime, especially one that's high stakes as this, as that one falls in front of the net. A bit of a scramble coming from the Chicago defense is able to get it cleared away.
I don't know how that didn't go in. Dios to Kipper. I mean, Toronto is still popping off trying to get these passes. It's overtime as well. Like I said, it was just so close for Toronto to go ahead, but Chicago, it's their turn to get a chance on the attack. B-Man will unfortunately just give it away. Kipper trying to prime the reset, but cut away. Back for B-Man once again. Another opportunity, straight down. Hexy. It's an awkward position, actually. One on the prowl, and North is just trying to take possession. It pings off the other way. And for B-Man, just trying to get it downfield. And Kipper, always there as the third man, just in case.
It's amazing to see how consistent Kipper has been as that third man, always being there exactly when their team needs it. It is a pinnacle of these high-level gameplays, but that is going to be the shot on target, and that, folks, is why you don't break Rule 1. That's going to tie the series right up.
Is that a hat trick from Hexy? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's a hat trick for Hexy in Game 4.
I think you're right there.
I'm going to fact check myself on the scoreboard in a second. But Hexy, just in general, has been such a standout player because on defense, they've been there to save the team. On the goal, they've been there to save the team. And I was correct. 3 out of 4. That is a great hat trick from Hexy. Just to bring them, the team back even on the series as we head into Game 5.
Another very important game here, as now Chicago, they have the opportunity to turn the tides on Toronto, as we have had Toronto, now Chicago. If the past predicts the future, this game will go in favor of Toronto, but that means nothing here, as Chicago now actually really running off of a great streak here. They had such amazing defensive strength and a great offensive pressure all game long. I feel like this is Chicago fully awakened, and being able to push that into this Game 5 coming up is going to be very, very important for them.
Yeah, and the teams are so even on stats there as well. Shots almost the same, I think within 1 or 2. Saves kind of a similar story. The only, I guess, worry that I have for Chicago is that Hexy had 3 goals, and that's wonderful. But unlike earlier in the series when there was another hat trick, I think it might have been Kipper, those were all assisted goals. And for me, that's a very important, I guess, difference to, there's a differential there, whether they're assisted or not. And Hexy had a great individual performance, but now I'm looking for the rest of the team to fill in the gaps and make sure that Hexy is supported where they need the support the most so they can pop off. That's exactly how you win a grand finals, and that's how professional teams do it as well. If one team is feeling, if one player is feeling very, very good, very, very hot, and playing really, really well, they will facilitate the play through that player. So for Hexy, that might be the option that Chicago need to take.
Absolutely, and we do also have a swap coming from Chicago. Guard Dog coming in for I love it when I can't remember names. I'm so good at this. Thank you. But this is quite the strategy change, as now what is Guard Dog gonna bring that Zerx was not able to, as that one's gonna fall on target. B-Man able to get a shot on target, but Dios able to get a save. Guard Dog just trying to play back, making sure that this Toronto offense isn't able to form. North gets a touch off corner, gets it past 2 defenders. Guard Dog gets beat away. That one's going to fall into the Chicago corner. Dios pass out to mid, over to Kipper, looking for a pre-flip shot, but that one's going to get cleared away by Guard Dog, as now this one falling in favor of Chicago. Falls out of the corner. Hexy getting a follow-up on the 50 there, as Dios pass upfield. North electing to leave it, and a minute gone so far, and no goals have been scored.
Yeah, Chicago looking a little bit frantic. That pass was right to Kipper for the 50. And for Gardog, for context, for anyone unaware, he is the captain of the Superstar team. So that's the league below Premier. Coming in for Chicago, hoping to do a shift and score some goals. We'll have to see. I mean, so far they don't look out of place at all. It looks like, you know, they're right where they need to be. But they also looked a little bit frantic on defense. Hexy with a reset. It's over, and it's saved away by North. But what a pop-off moment for Hexy there.
Very close call for Toronto. They have an opportunity to score here. Guard Dog able to get the save, but that one's still in a very dangerous spot. Guard Dog able to get another touch to get it cleared away. B-Man playing possession. Goes for the 50. Kipper going to win on that one outright. Gets an opportunity to score, but Hexy with some speed is able to get it cleared away. Dios pass out to mid. Gets the bump, and North going to be the one to plant it in the back of the net. A great bump play coming from Toronto to get the first in the game.
Oh, man. Oh, I thought it was Guard Dog that he bullied there. It's gonna be that was gonna be so ironic there, but it does get the bump as well, and that was such a huge play because the defense there is expecting to get that touch, and no one else was there to make it. So obviously it was an open net, and you know, hopefully, obviously they're going to take that advantage. So 1-0 now for Toronto. Chicago once again looking for a response. Could come from Hexy. That's downfield. Collects the boost as well. Gets the demo. Opens up for his teammate. That's another demo. Second touch from the pass as well. Where's the third? They're all the way back with 0 boost, and the opportunity is wasted.
A golden opportunity, if you will, as not only was there a double demo on Toronto, 2 remaining defenders bumped each other into the back of the net. That net was wide open for a prolonged period of time, and they just weren't able to capitalize. That is going to be a bit of a tilter there if they're not able to get a goal here. B-Man able to put one on target, but gets saved away by Dios, picking up a savior medal for themselves as North playing off the midfield. Guard Dog unfortunately couldn't find the touch there. Bump on B-Man sends them to the stratosphere as now North just trying to keep possession in favor of Toronto. B-Man clear downfield, just trying to relieve some pressure as now pass from Hexy over to Guard Dog. Guard Dog trying to get it back to Hexy, a little bit too shallow of a hit. Is going to send it over to the corner. B-Man gets the touch. Hexy with a follow is able to get it in the mid. B-Man getting a follow-up off the ceiling, but not able to put it on target fast enough. Another great opportunity for Chicago, unfortunately, goes unredeemed.
Counter-attack opportunity for Toronto. They'll take advantage, and Chicago just, oh man. Pause that frame right there with a triple commit, and Toronto all the way across the field for their second goal. And for Chicago, they just pushed forward way too soon. You cannot send the whole house with 90 seconds left and 1 goal down. That cannot happen. Now they find themselves with a double goal disadvantage. And now they have to come back from that, and with Kipper as well, past the Dios, it could be a third. It will, and that'll be 3 for Toronto here.
Heartbreaking for Chicago as they had such a good game coming into this 5th one here, but it's now just falling all in favor of Toronto as, yes, Guard Dog is playing from the league below Premier, but they, again, as you said, they do not look out of place in any way, shape, or form. They are playing incredibly well for being a lower-ranked player, but they've got to get some offensive pressure going as they have had some great opportunities. Hexy able to get one, able to get the bump, and a great physicality play coming from Hexy to get the first goal for Chicago.
Just, it's like, that was an insane play, and you know why? He got bumped by that first defender. Somehow still managed to save the aerial, get the bump, and ensure the goal by placing it to the left. What a goal by Hexy. Problem is, now you gotta do it twice more in the next 50 seconds.
It is a tall order, but it's able to be done. We've seen it happen before. Guard Dog up off the ceiling, able to get one. Hexy gonna get a demo on Kipper, try and make that pressure even more strong as now Hexy up off the midfield, able to get a follow-up touch. Dio's going to be the one to pick this one up. Hit out to corner, able to get a second touch. Final 30 seconds here. Chicago got to get at least 1 goal if they want to potentially stay alive. As now B-Man gets an extra touch, gets a bump on the challenger. Hexy beat away by Dios. Guard Dog looking to keep this one going in favor of Chicago. Goes over Kipper, no one there to take advantage. B-Man able to get a shot on target. 10 seconds left. Chicago down by 1. They might be able to do it.
That play was perfection. That could not have gone better. I was concerned when it went across the goal and no one was there. But Hexy, that was a beautiful, sublime pass to the middle. And of course they finished that, because how could they not? But 10 seconds left to get that final goal. Can they send it to overtime once again? Hexy might be the solution. Needs a 50. It's over him, though. Gardog backwards. B-Man up as well. Could be over. 0 seconds on the clock. Over for the corner. Can they keep this up? B-Man's there as well. Gardog to the middle. Hexy full boost. He's been popping off this whole series. Back off the backboard, bumped away. B-Man to keep it up. It's across. It could be down. Gardog still in the corner. No boost, though. One flip for it all. Hexy is there, but it doesn't matter. And it's down. Toronto will take this game.
It was so close. They had it. It was in their hands, but the last second flip from the Toronto defense able to get it cleared away. But I will say, Chicago are able to strongly outshoot Toronto here, picking up 11 shots to Toronto's 8. It's only a 3-shot difference, but in a series this close, that is miles. And Toronto finding themselves stuck on defense quite a lot, especially having, look at that, 9 saves to Chicago's 3. That is less of a testament to Chicago not being able to play defense and more to the fact that Chicago was just constantly peppering that net, never giving them a second to breathe.
Yeah, and B-Man with 7 shots, I feel like he has to have something to do with that. But Hexy, again, what a standout performance, even just to get their team back into it. Was a very tall ask as well. And what a play, because I love that play from Hexy as well. And so often plays like those that are just insane, you know, solo play just pops off. So many times that can actually energize the whole team and get them all back into it. Unfortunately for them, Toronto will now be on match point. And they will have to find an answer.
No lives left puts a lot of pressure on this Chicago team. It's going to be up to them. They've got to make something happen here. Their last stand in Game 6 on Neo Tokyo. 5 minutes on the clock. They have all that time to try and get as many goals as possible. Already a bump coming out from Toronto. That one's going to fall off the backboard. Hexy able to get a follow-up touch. It's going to be a bit of a scramble coming from the Toronto defense, but a great block is able to get it cleared away. Kipper pass out to North, able to get an extra touch back to Kipper. Has just a little bit of boost, gets the reset, able to get a follow-up reset actually, but ultimately it's going to fall in the hands of Chicago here, and 30 seconds gone so far. It's again, midfield game. That seems to be the name of this series here.
This little backflip off the reset from Dios there. Over to the wall for North. Uses a lot of the boost, trying to get it middle as well. Takes a wide angle, actually. The other Toronto player. Up for Gardog. For Gardog, did very well, or, you know, did decently in that last game. I'm looking for them to get a little bit more involved in the team play. Of course, it's a challenge coming in as, like you said, the player from a lower league. But I'm sure you know that challenge when you come into the grand finals for a league such as this. You know the pressure involved, you know the stakes, you know what's being asked of you. So I'm hoping that they're able to step it up a little bit as well. But so far, it's Kipper, been outstanding tonight. Past their other teammate. We'll give it away to B-Man. Up for that one as well. Dios just a return. That could just be down and in. It will be. What a pot shot from nothing.
And for Toronto, that is the exact start you need. Just under a minute and a half gone so far. No defenders back. And it's looking tough for Chicago, but a goal can disappear so fast. And Chicago definitely are going to be looking to make sure that happens.
Careful placement across their own goal. And pinch the other way as well. Back on the Chicago side. North there in the corner to take it back. Kipper drop down middle. Hexy. Plenty of boost to get the pass downfield, but North will cut out. Looking for that reset. Take for Dios instead. They've been mechanical today. Looking good and smooth on their car movements, but still back in that midfield, like you said. And both teams doing a better job of just keeping that team out, shutting down those opportunities before they start. But a bamboozling play from Toronto. I love this because the defender is so confused. North for Hexy. He was expecting that to be the left. Back to Dios. Not for that placement. He was not expecting that at all. And what a player, or excuse me, what a goal from Toronto to double their lead.
Just over 2 minutes gone so far. Guard Dog looking to cut that lead right back down to 1. Kipper gets a 50 with Hexy. It's going to be V-Man up early. Able to get 1 touch, but that's going to fall out mid. Hexy able to get an extra touch, but Kipper with some quick thinking, able to get it cleared away. North with some presence, almost gets it past the second defender, but falls just short. Hexy pass out to mid, over to B-Man. B-Man up off the backboard. A shot from Guard Dog, unfortunately going to go wide. Is that one pinched downfield? It's just got to be put on target, and it is by Dios. 3 goals now for Toronto, just over half the game gone.
Just past halftime, double commit. Double commit from Toronto. But it didn't even matter, because one of them was scoring that. It was just a contest to see who could get there faster. And for Toronto, that's really the vibe of the game at this point. And I don't mean to discredit Chicago by that statement, but for Toronto, they found their comfortable play. I mean, just look how comfortable North was clearing that out. And unfortunately, Chicago is having trouble mustering that pressure that they were able to earlier in the series, but just cannot get there now. B-Man, though, I will eat my own words, because that is 1 goal back for the Chicagoans.
That's the curse at its finest. A phenomenal touch from Hexy there to get over the last defender, and it leaves the net wide open. A 2-goal lead now for Toronto, and over 2 minutes to go. There is still a ton of time for Chicago to come back here, but they've got to start executing on offense if they want to make it happen.
That they do. Done a little bit so far, but more will be required, especially if they concede there. Over for North. What a save from B-Man, but the follow-up, where is their team? And the miss. B-Man, how did they survive that situation? Back for Hexy. Back in the midfield. Back for North, though, to take this one away. Hexy downfield. Kipper again at the near post. Ready to save that one away. And it's so disappointing for Chicago not to score there. But for Toronto, they wasted the opportunity before. Missed it. You know, didn't get the shot off. Now they'll get it and reclaim their 3-goal lead.
It just feels almost impossible for Chicago here, as they had that breath of life with that goal from B-Man off the pass from Hexy, but Toronto immediately clapping back and now up by 3 again, just under a minute and a half left. It feels like a very, very tall order, but again, we have seen larger leads disappear in shorter amounts of time, so you cannot discredit them just yet. Guard Dog, pass out to mid. No one quite there to take advantage of the loose ball. B-Man trying to get the touch off of the back pass, but ultimately falls just a little bit short. Dios looking for a follow there, couldn't quite find it. Great dunk from Guard Dog. A dunk from Guard Dog, that's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Dios able to get it up off the wall. Gets that mid boost, that's going to help them greatly, as now Guard Dog picking it up, has control, goes for the reset, able to get it with some good altitude there. Is now a pass out to mid, a shot from Hexy! A great passing play from all 3 players, 40 seconds left, they've still got chance.
Reset from Guard Dog down the field, and B-Man finding Hexy as well. Even with 0 boost for both of them on that end of the play, they were still able to get it done. They were still able to execute. And that's what I've noticed the past minute, is that their boost has dwindled down and dwindled down. 35 seconds, though. That's really all that separates them from their life here in the grand final and a loss here on the big stage. Have to do it. 2 goals to score. Demo coming through. Over for Kipper in the midfield. B-Man will take it. Possibly an opportunity here. In the middle, Hexy there for the shot. It's to the right on the bottom. 18 seconds left for Chicago to keep themselves in it.
Don't call it a comeback. It is looking very, very, very good for Chicago here. 18 seconds left, not a lot of time, but it's enough time to work with. As long as there is time on that clock, this game is not over yet. Chicago falling just a little bit short on kickoff, ends up falling in their favor. Hexy gets a reset under 1, goes for the wave dash, just playing presence here, goes for the bump. Diaz able to get the save. It's still in front of the Toronto net, but that one falls a little bit away. North just trying to play some presence here. A great clear from Dios. It's going to have to be a long field play coming from Chicago if they want to stay alive here. B-Man gets a touch up, and no one there to take it. Toronto take it in 4, or in 6. Sorry.
Definitely did not take it in 4. Chicago definitely put up a fight there. But yeah, for Hexy, well, okay. Congratulations to Toronto, I'll say that. But for Hexy, that was so close at the end. I really thought he had it, but a masterclass on defense from Toronto were able to keep Chicago from passing that finishing line, sending us to overtime. But what a win for Toronto.
Again, they had to fight so much for it. They had a good game one, but again, after that, it was just close game, close game, close game. And Toronto just had that little bit more. I feel like Chicago had quite a few offensive opportunities where maybe they could have done just something a little bit different and it would have resulted in a goal. But ultimately, it falls in favor of Toronto. A big congratulations to them, and not to be too discouraged for Chicago there, as they are still picking up 18 points. Toronto picking up 25 after that series has finished. Still a very, very good boost to their total score after this major, but ultimately, Toronto in six, not in 4, in 6.
In 6. But yeah, that's really just the icing on the cake, really, to get first. And of course, every team wants to win, but you still get a lot of points from this first major. But Toronto, I'm sure they will be very happy to be the premier Major 1 champions for CSA.
Absolutely. But for now, we're going to send it over to a short break as we prepare for the Pro League Grand Final. San Antonio Stallions going against the Miami Makos. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
That shit on the headlight. that shit on the headlight.
Welcome back to CSA. Of course, we have all the Major 1 action for you tonight. And we have all grand finals tonight. So we've had one series so far, and that was Chicago and Toronto, but we have 3 more for you, and they're all going to be exciting. That one went to Game 6, had a couple overtimes in there, so I'm really excited to see what we have moving forward. But this time in the booth, I have Raptor with me. It's very nice to cast with you for the first time, and I believe you're going to go through the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm excited to watch the grand finals. Last week we did watch the quarterfinals all the way to the semifinals, and I can tell you that these games have been absolutely just amazing to watch. Looking at the brackets, so we start off in the semifinals. We had San Antonio taking on Akron. They did end up winning that best of 7, 4-2. And then on the eastern side, we did have Miami taking on the Atlanta Aces, and that has led to this grand finals of San Antonio taking on Miami Makos. Both sides of the bracket 4-2ing their opponents. But, looking at it from now, only one team's going to walk away with this grand final, and that 25 points that is also valuable to the season. So it's going to be an interesting matchup, to say the least. I was watching the San Antonio Stallions last week, and they absolutely played amazing. We didn't get to see the Makos play. We didn't get that broadcast, but I venture to make a bet that Makos are not going to come out of this, or not going to come into this taking it lightly. I think that they know that they're in the grand finals, and they are fighting for position here. So I don't know. To be honest with you, I still want to go with the San Antonio Stallions, though. I think they looked absolutely amazing last week, and I'm hoping that they will continue on that run. What do you think?
You want to make a game prediction, and then I'll do mine as well, like series
Yes.
score.
Yeah, so hot take. I think San Antonio is gonna take it. I'm gonna say 4-2. We're gonna keep running with the theme here.
I could see a 4-2. Yeah, noticing what you said about how the Stallions did and how the Makos did, and just looking at the bracket as well. What stands out to me is that both teams had a very similar run-up to this grand final, dropping a couple games in the first couple series, and then that 4-2 score in the semifinals, like you said. But the one series that Makos didn't drop a game was actually against the 2-seeded Philadelphia Phoenix. And so for a grand final that's the 3 seed and the 1 seed, I'm like, where's the 2 seed? Well, the Makos already beat them, and they swept them as well in round 2, or the quarterfinals, you could say. So for the Makos, I agree with you. I think it'll go at least game 6. But for the Makos, I think they have that in their pocket of a win against that 2nd seed.
Well, and you're talking about it, but Atlanta Aces beat the number 1 seed, Savannah. And Atlanta advancing on, taking on Miami, and Miami beat the Aces, who beat the number 1 seed. So, I mean, it's a toss-up either way. But like I said, I still think the strong presence that San Antonio has, I think that they're going to be a monster to beat, especially on the offensive side. So yeah, so I really think it's going to be back and forth, but at the end of the day, I'm sorry, but I tell you, I'm going to get Stallions.
Well, that sounds good to me. Yeah, we'll get game 1 started for you very, very shortly, but I'm excited. I don't have a preference either way. I'm going to say the Makos, just to make it interesting. And I'm going to say game 7, because I think your point about the Makos beating the team that beat the number 1 seed is actually a really good point. And I think Makos will really bring it to the Stallions. So we will have to see. But what a cool game. San Antonio versus Miami. Roughing it up on the pitch here. And what an exciting series here for the professional grand final in Major 1.
So I think without further ado, I think it might be time. We do have everybody in the game, I imagine, looking at it. So I think it's about time we bring these guys on the field and get this game kicked off. What do you guys think? All right, we're going to get these guys on the field, and we are going to get ready to find out in this grand final who is going to walk away from it, either the San Antonio Stallions or the Miami Makos. We are going to get this thing rolling right now, and we are going to get it off strong coming out. First game of this best of 7 series. We have the kickoff going in favor of Miami so far, but we have a lot of Rocket League to play, and the first kickoff is never the indicator of how this series could go.
Yeah, the Stallions here.
Go ahead.
Stallions here on blue. Oh, an unfortunate own goal. Trying to get that save off the crossbar. I didn't quite see who it was. Was it? Oh no, it's Loy Boy off their own goal. Unfortunate, but it happens. It just dropped too far, and that will be a goal for the Makos.
And Loy Boy coming off of an MVP experience last week, getting them to this position. He looked really good last week, and he's looking to bring that here. Unfortunately, he was beat off that kick. But DM's going to take this block, trying to slow the play down. Unfortunately, it's not going to be slow enough as Valley, who was number 2 last week, is able to get the score in. And San Antonio is going to tie it up. 4 minutes and 23 seconds left, and we have a shootout, ladies and gentlemen. Quick fire goals coming out of both teams, looking to make this series interesting.
And Molly getting that second touch off the corner as well. Past all the defenders. That'll be something for the Makos to watch moving forward. Molly will pick up again. Actually, just a 50 back the other way. Back in the Stallions corner. Lemons back to DMS. Just a shot. It's off target though. Loy Boy taking their time, getting demoed. That's off. Almost was a shot on target, but back the other way. Just 1 minute has passed for this midfield battle, and the chaos is insane. And T again, the first one was an own goal, but this one at least was a shot.
Yeah, and Lowboy again happened to be the victim of circumstances here. He was last back, had to make something happen, tried to knock it off the top, couldn't quite get the touch, and that is going to put Miami up ahead in this early first game. Making a statement so far, trying to get that momentum, trying to get that pressure down early as T takes this again down the field. Malley's there for the block. He's just going to float this, trying to keep this off the side wall. Lowboy tried to go for it, but Malley says, no, no thank you, I got it. Lowboy's going to get deleted off of the field for just a few seconds. That's going to put San Antonio on the defensive. Lowboy again with that dangerous back pass. Hasn't quite worked out for him in the immediate pass, but it does work out in his favor now. As Lowboy does take this down, but LMS is going to knock this dead center. Looking for T, trying to get it, but he's going to get blocked out. A run down here for San Antonio. Lowboy trying to take the top, but he just misses. That's going to force Malley trying to defend here. He's defensive. He is going to stop it and he's going to push this down to the corner. I'll tell you what an absolute banger we are watching here right now.
BMS up for that shot as well. Double commit here from the Stallions, but it's forced away. Still back in that corner for the Stallions. All this pressure on them. Still back in the midfield. Back for T. Putting another shot in, and if T is able to score again, they'll have a hat trick. And what an interesting, silly hat trick for them to score, but it would be a hat trick nonetheless. And just about passing halftime here in game one. Malley tipped that one up for the corner. Back for Lando, no boost though, can't get back to it. And for now, Mako's have the pressure.
Malley gonna take this down the field. He's got one to beat, but it's T there. T does get the block. Lowboy up for it, looking off the backboard. DMS is there for it. Really good save by him to try to keep his ball alive. LMNS is there. Gets the popped up feet, is ready for it, but he does miss it. He's going to get a beat, and DMS hits the hit, but he does get blocked away. That leaves the door open for Lowboy, but it gets blocked out again. Malley has to push this back to their corner, push it towards the booth to try to get something to happen. He's going to get the runaway here. Unfortunately, he's going to have no backup to try to help the cause here. Now I'm going to be up the field. Lowboy down below, gets the shot off, couldn't quite get it. It's going to go back towards the blue side. Lando's going to be there. We haven't really spoken of him much, but he has been a key factor in this, trying to keep San Antonio alive in this series. Now he gets the pop shot, but he gets demoed for his efforts. Diaz tries to go up, and Lando takes it back to the corner. Lowboy going to sit here. He's going to calm the rotation down a little bit. He does slow it down just enough. Unfortunately, Diaz is going to have the ball, looking for LMS down in the center, but can't quite get there. Lowboy going to pop this down the field. Look at the position here. Malley off the wall, gets beat out by DMS, but it's going to stay on the orange half. Lowboy takes the shot. It's going to get blocked out by DMS. Very, very close save there by DMS, but he does get a save, saving off San Antonio for just a little bit longer.
And the Stallions were so close to scoring there, but what a save to keep it out. See this time, no boost. Mancing down the field, that's a 50 to the side. Malley full boost, full control in this as well. Keeping it going, no reset. We'll pass instead. Lowboy up for this one. Can they dunk it through? It's back to the corner, looking for the demo. Malley will be there instead. For Stallions, they have been swarming, but it's cleared nonetheless.
And they're trying to get anything to go. Miami is absolutely having the time of their lives trying to get this shot to go in. They're in the lead, so they really don't have much to worry about in this instance, but any shot to get on net is just always going to be a bonus for either team, whichever way you go. And Malley with a late shot, and it's going to sneak, and this could be our first overtime early on in the series, as we do see Malley tying it up. With 6 seconds left to go. Maybe we're going to see a kickoff strat here. Who knows? It may be in the best interest of San Antonio to try something. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way, and it looks like they're just going to be willing to kill it, try to take this in overtime, and maybe I spoke too soon. LMS is going to have a touch lead. No, can't get the pass over, and we are in our first overtime early on in our best of 7 series.
Stallions took a long time to score that second goal. Like you said, only 6 seconds left. But what a goal it was to get there. That's an opportunity. Bottom left for Lemons. And despite the effort from Stallions, despite that beautiful play from Lando to get it in an opportunity, and Makos will take this one with that goal.
But look at the playmanship right there by Miami. The passing play from T to DMS and then back, really set that up really perfectly. And I don't think they could have executed that any more perfectly than they did. So that's going to be game number 1 going to Miami. So tell me, what do you think about the gameplay so far? I really saw a lot of really good ups and downs from both sides, but Miami really coming out strong, really having that great that field presence early on to take that first game.
I just think the pressure from the Stallions just came too late. I mean, they have the mechanical ability. You saw, or what I noticed at least was Lando, that pass, the first touch on that aerial just to keep it up straight in the air, really a knuckleball almost, just to keep it levitated in the air for to prepare for that second touch. It was just beautiful. It was amazing. And to get that shot on target, to bring it back to overtime with almost no seconds on the clock. This team has the ice. We can see it. We can see their ability forming on the field. It's just that pressure, from the Makos was just too much in the end. And it was only 10 seconds into overtime. So I think Stallions really let themselves down, especially coming in as the number 1 seed. So this game, for me, needs to be their response.
Absolutely, they need to make something happen right now. They came out strong in the quarterfinals, semifinals to really show that they deserve to be in the grand finals. And it may be a little bit of nerves knowing that they did make it to the grand finals in kind of a nail-biter situation coming into this. So, first game jitters may be a factor. They just got to find that groove that works for them. Lowboy looking to make a pass out to Mally. Mally misses it. Going to sail into the corner, but that's not going to be too dangerous a situation. Unfortunately, Flame Intruder is going to get the goal here. He tried to knock it off, but he does center it almost for Flame Intruder. DMS tries to get a handle on it, tries to pop it off the crossbar. Unfortunately, not going to be in the way of Miami. San Antonio is going to take an early lead here, and this is exactly what they needed to kind of get the ball rolling.
A little bit lucky there was the Makos that no one from San Antonio was there to put that one on goal. It was a completely open net, but back for Loyboy this time. Over for Mally, one touch to themselves. Cut out by Lemons to the wall. Flame there as well, Loyboy up. And actually, there must have been a sub. Actually, I did see that other player leave. So, kind of an interesting substitute for me. They had a really good pass to bring the Stallions to overtime. So I'm a little bit confused by that, but we will see how Flame does on this one. Looking for the aerial play, gets to bump the demo, and Loyboy with a second goal on the board.
And that was absolutely disgusting. Loyboy dribbled it all the way down, gets the flick. Instead of trying to follow it, just pushes ahead of it, gets the demo, and that is going to set the tone for a very strong presence by San Antonio in the second game. And you talked about the substitution. Flamethrower, you don't really want to rotate your players in and out. Like you said, you want to find that rotation early on. But Flamethrower coming out strong as he gets his second goal. So maybe the rotation of the players was exactly what they needed to kind of shake up the defense of Miami.
Yeah, I think, that was a great play to get it in that spot for the Stallions, but I think that defender on the Makos probably should have done a little bit better. Was not able to get that touch. Maybe that wasn't enough boost or not good positioning, but either way, they probably should have been there on the backboard for that touch. But I don't think they'll care on the Stallion side for a 3-0 lead. That's exactly what they wanted coming here in Game 2, and hey, it might not all be by their own volition, but it is the response I was looking for. Could be another one. Flame, the MVP coming in, super sub. That's our 4th one for the Stallions.
And Flame Intruder yet again showing his prowess. Was just you could tell he was just itching to get on the field because he knew he had something for this Miami defense, and he is absolutely showing it right now. Flame Intruder coming in true to his name and just being that Flame Intruder, but unfortunately he is not going to be satisfied until he gets at least one goal. Going to put his team hopefully back into contention here. Gets the runaway play, gets a great touch, gets a good dribble, and that is going to get one back on what has been an all-offensive onslaught by San Antonio. Looking really good here. Lowboy trying to get a flamethrower, gonna keep it low. He's going to dribble. He gets it off the backboard. He dings off the crossbar, and now he's going to be there. And what a different team we are seeing in game number 2. San Antonio finally coming alive. Miami kind of on their back foot just a bit. I'm not sure what has transpired in the comms here, but something is amiss on the Miami side right now, and they need to get it adjusted, where they are going to find themselves behind rather quickly.
All right, I have a theory. So, Flame is the sub, Lando is the third. Flame came in for Lando. I think that Flame is just like an agent of chaos and is just here to like mess things, just to shake things up, shake up their rotation. Because those last 2 goals that the Stallions were getting, they were just absolute chaos. Like, bumps, pinball, ball was flying everywhere, cars were flying everywhere. I don't even know how to describe it. So for Stallions, I mean, I think it's partly their ability, but I also think it's just the craziness that Flame has been able to introduce. And that's another one downfield. Suddenly they're getting all this pressure. T forced to clear it across their own goal. And for Makos, in game 1, it was not like that at all. Polar opposites of games.
Yeah, and might be on me. And Mally gets the touch. And it's the sail in.
Up for T off the corner. Looking for that second touch, but can't find it. DMS goes completely open in the midfield and decides to send it to the wall, almost giving it away on that play. DMS, though, another opportunity out of the corner. Over for the middle, but it's not far enough middle, and T is cut out. Up for Lemons. A 6-1 lead is what the Makos are trying to combat right now. 5 goals. That almost was in from Lemons. Bottom left. Loyboy saves away. In just about a minute now for 5 goals. I mean, we've talked about whether comebacks can happen so far tonight. This one is probably the hardest one so far. We'll have to see how they do. There you go. That's when your journey starts.
My internet took a little bit of a jump, but fortunately, I am back. So we will kick this off in our next goal, 6-2. Like you said, that's a little bit of a tough one to come back from. But if anybody can do it, they have a little bit of time. If they can make some crazy stuff happen, we have seen it happen before, where you're deep in it, but sometimes with your back against the wall, that's when you play your best. So we're gonna see if Miami can actually come back from this. Boy gets the touch, looking for Mally. Mally slows the play down just enough. It just misses the side. What could have been more insult injury. Boy going to take this very slow, going to take this down the field, looking to get a touch down to his teammate. Mally gets a nice touch up to Boy. Boy tried to get it, bumps his teammate. Doesn't really cause any issue as of yet, as we do see San Antonio still firing on the net of Miami. Boy going to take this nice and slow. He does see LMS up. Gets it by LMS, but the enemy's there. Flame Intruder going to try and, like you said, be that intruder, be that chaos on the field. And San Antonio is going to take this game. And what a game we watched. A complete reversal from what we saw in game number 1. That introduction of Flamethrower, like you said, was probably could have been a little bit of a shakeup, knowing that they seemed to play a little bit more aggressive, played a little bit more faster pace. I think that might have been the key to success for San Antonio in that last game.
Okay, so Flame coming in. First game of the series is game 2. Comes in, scores a hat trick, gets 2 assists, and gets a prodigy tag. at the end of the game. And then also shows up with one of the sickest tags I've ever seen. Season 20 SSL Pentathlon winner. I've never seen that before, but I really like it. So Flame, you know what? Welcome to the series. You're in. You're doing great. So yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. For the Makos, they saw their streak, their shine, kind of fade away in game 2. Flame was able to, shine, and they weren't able to. So for game 3, I think it's going to be shutting him down, and just trying to get that calm rotation back that they had in game 1, because Flame was interrupting and bumping and just getting in the way, being a little bit annoying and frustrating. So for the Makos, you gotta calm it down. You gotta reclaim that midfield, get those infield passes going like you were, and then try to make those team plays happen.
Yeah, absolutely, but easier said than done when you have Flamethrowers being the nuisance that he is being. DM's going to take this up the wall, going to try and set this back center for his teammates. Molly's up for it, gets the touch. It's going to be a runaway, but LMS gets up to it. Great save there by him. Flamethrower with a rare miss. That's going to lead to an open net for T. He sails it in. And early on in this game number 3, 4 minutes and 31 seconds left, and we're still showing that these games, early leads could lead to early or late game wins.
Yeah, and Flame just, there you go. Immediate recognition from that one, an immediate comeback for Flame. They just didn't have enough boost for that last hit to make the clear. And unfortunately, as third man, you're the last one back, so you have to make that touch. Didn't, got scored on, but then you know what? Got that delivery and that goal right back. It's only 32 seconds in. We're in game 3. It's 1-1 already. I mean, at the beginning of the series, I said the last one, it's just going to be like that. So just watch, enjoy. We got 2 more after this as well. All grand finals for the first major of season 2 of CSA. So I'm really excited. But for game 3, we're continuing this one. This one is extremely intense because Makos and Stallions both have won. 4 minutes left, plenty of time for them to make a statement. Molly trying to drop that one in, saved away by T, but I like the creativity here from the Stallions.
Yeah, creativity is really setting the stage for what could be really good passing opportunities. We've seen it over and over again where they really set it. Now he's going to slow this one down to the very quarter. Flame going to get a pop here, looking to get it popped over. Can he make the corner? He can't. It's going to sweep by. Just barely missing the corner net. Very, very close opportunity for San Antonio to take the lead here. But the offense is coming in for Miami. We'll see if they can counter it here. Flamethrower's going to get the touch. Going to get the second touch out to Mally. Mally gets the touch over, but it's going to be right to T. He's going to get the pass down the mid. Looking for a teammate. Can he find a teammate? LMS is there, and he does. Great patience there by LMNS to try to make that shot. He just waits for the defender to rub off. I couldn't see who it was, but they went to jump and they just empty jumped and was not able to land in time to get the save. So Miami not going to bow out very easily as we see the pressure coming in from San Antonio to try to make something happen. In that, what they, their game plan is controlled chaos here. But it looks like the name of the game for Miami is chaos controlled. As we see both teams still duking it out. It's really no real extra, crazy stuff happening. But we do have a demo on the field that's going to lead to a nice shot mid. DMs is going to sweep it in, and that is going to be goal number 3 for Miami.
That 50 is just like probably the worst outcome that could have happened, especially with DMS's positioning there. An easy tap in, essentially, at the finish of that one. But it's so unfortunate for Flame because both of those hits, they just haven't had enough boost to get there. And especially that second goal from the Makos, it wasn't Flame's fault either. That was put across their own goal by their teammate, and then they just weren't able to jump because they had no boost. So for Flame, it's just really unfortunate, but able to come back. Almost got a second one back as well. So I know they're still in this game, making that save as well. Pass to Molly, downfield to Loy Boy. We'll have to get it to the corner though. Can't take a shot from there. At least one that won't be saved. Molly is missed. Molly's there for the shot, but again saved away by Lemons this time. 2 minutes left. Can they drop one down? It's saved away by T. Down the field by DMS. Might have an opportunity. Stallions making their way back, and this time it's Flame to make the save.
We're going to take us down the field. He's got it reset. He's got the pop. Look at the Mally, but DMS is there. And a shot coming in from LNS. It's going to graze off the flamethrower and find that top left corner. Great interception by DMS to set that play up, and LMS just takes the shot. Flamethrower had nowhere left to go. He ran out of options and gets beat for it. Miami firing back strong, coming off of that, 6-1 win off that last game. It looks like, we're going to get another quick one here. Flamethrower is going to get the shot. That's going to be 2-4 for San Antonio. San Antonio having 2, Miami having 4. We are firing back real quickly, and that's how quickly these games have been turning out in the last, even in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. We were watching these games turn around really, really quickly. Loboy trying to take this down the field by himself. Can he do it again? He gets off the backboard. It's going to waterfall, but it's going to get blocked out. And the onslaught coming in through San Antonio right now, they're not really holding back anything at all. We'll see if they can continue this all the way down to the rest of the series.
Up for T. This time, Loboy will take over. Up for Molly, has full boost. Trying to get back to this one, but opts to pass instead of taking a shot. And I think DMS actually expected that somehow. Able to get there as Flame. Back as a 50 for the Stallions. Loboy with control. Just trying to get this one out. Start an aerial play potentially. T once again. And for the Makos, T has been an outstanding player for me, and DMS as well. Both of them have really shown up. Loboy looking for that second touch. Opts for the pass instead. Back to the back corner for an infield pass. DMS now in the midfield, looking for the reset, but won't find it. Over from Mali again, off the ceiling. Both teams just trying to get that possession going, and each one able to shut down one every single time. Only about 25 seconds left. 2 goals left for the Stallions here to score. And Flame has been doing such a good job of trying to get those goals back, but the momentum, it just isn't there. I mean, the ball was just bouncing in the midfield and unable to get anything on it. It's just bouncing and floating in front of that Mako's goal, and unfortunately, they can't get it through. With 5 seconds left, Lemons will send that to the corner, but that will be it for Game 3 here. And the Makos, they will reclaim that series lead, making it 2-1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of what happened in San Antonio. You know, the last game they came out really strong. Flamethrower again being the MVP on paper, but Loboy really tried to. It almost seems like he was trying to outshine Flamethrower instead of working with him, and I think that really caused a little bit of issue on the San Antonio side. But Miami looking really, really good that series, like you said. Lemons and DMs looking really good together. They had the momentum together, and T being that third man, moving up and being that real defensive player really helped out Miami's win here. I really think that without T being that distraction in mid-center to block out Flamethrower, I think this could have been a totally different ballgame.
Yeah, T was definitely filling in the gaps. But I think the answer for why Miami had such a dominant performance for a lot of it is Lemons. And it's easy to say that when they have 700 points on the board, they have 2 goals, they have 2 assists. They also have a Savior medal from that game. But the reason why I say that is because their mechanics, their actual output of gameplay has been on point tonight in this series. That shot to the top left that was for the Stallions, that they were unable to save, beautifully placed. Top left, off the bar and the post where the corner meets. Just beautiful, beautiful placement. That's from Loboy as well. We're already into the next game, and you know what? Stallions are trying to get there already. They don't want a repeat of when they conceded too many goals last game and had to fight back. So, hey, there's their first.
Yeah, and it came off of some questionable shots. Everybody's prone to do it. I know I've done it in my gameplay as well. You're trying to force the ball, but also trying to finding a tough angle for the opponent. And unfortunately, you do find sometimes that does ping off the crossbar a little too hard for yourself. But they were able to finally score it in, and we are starting to see that momentum kind of shift back in favor of San Antonio. The Stallions are really, really good here. But, they do have an uphill mountain to climb. They are down in the series to Miami. Yeah, and we talked about it in Lemons getting the shot there, repping the Cloud9 skin to boot. Maybe bringing out that inner squishy. Looking really, really good here. And, I think you may be onto something about Miami kind of squeaking it out. San Antonio's really got to get something going here. I really don't know where to attribute it. I mean, they're playing their game very well, but they're not really responding to the attacks from Miami very well. And I really think that Lemons and his cohort of team are really, really kind of stressing out the Stallions a little bit.
Yeah, I think for the Makos, it's got to be their half rotations. Because earlier when Lemon scored that goal, he got the mid boost, immediately turned around, and was there for the shot. And a rotation like that can be so hard to deal with because of the constant pressure of one player on the other team getting boost, back on pressure. And as soon as you clear it, they're there to get that shot or make a pass or make some kind of threat on the goal. So you have to be really careful about where you put the ball. And unfortunately for the Stallions, they just had not been careful enough, especially earlier in the series. Now this has changed. Now in Game 4, they're realizing that, okay, they lose another one. Now Makos are on match point. They don't want that to happen. So for Game 4, you have to lock in, get these together. Maybe another one for DMS. A tough target, though. And for Stallions, they really need to just break out right now and get something on the board as well.
They're looking pretty weak right now as far as the offensive opportunities. They've had shots. Unfortunately, they just have not had the success of accuracy to get the ball from the crossbar down to the actual net. We see one floating down. T gets a great stop here, but it's going to get pushed back to the goal line. DMs with a great save out to T. T gets demoed. Boy trying to take this back, gets a pop over, trying to get the second touch. Can't quite get there. Lemon's going to be that midfield block. He's going to make the shot here, and it's whipped away by Flavors for the great touch there to make the save. We can see the counterattack now coming in from San Antonio. Not really anything to be particularly proud of, as we're going to see this back and forth, I don't want to say tennis match, but more of like a ping pong match, back and forth. Really no, I'm seeing a lot of control, but I'm not really seeing a lot of accuracy in the passes and the shots. It's almost kind of like they're just kind of letting it fly and maybe let something happen. Not really what I would expect coming from watching San Antonio's performance last week, but you got to do what you got to do to make it work. And right now, it's kind of working.
It's working a little bit. I'll have to refine it a little bit as well. But look at that rotation. I mean, case in point right there. Lemon's just waiting in the middle. And as soon as Molly got the ball, what did they do? Clear it straight down the middle, right to Lemons, where they were able to recapture the ball and come at the Stallions' goal again. That's exactly their problem in a nutshell. So they need to be able to do more with the ball and be able to think about where they're putting the ball before they even do it. That's the hallmark of a good team. Of course, 40 seconds left, you need a little bit of a better solution than that, something that you can actually apply to your game. So for them, they need to lock down these defenses, make sure that they're passing to a teammate, because that's where they will get their opportunities for the Makos here, or for the Stallions, excuse me. But downfield for Lemons as well, full boost. Flame there for the save. Maybe a redirect from Mally. DMS has to make the save, but doesn't get it into their own net. And now Stallions have the lead.
And what a touch by Mally, just barely. It gets the empty jump to stall his flip cancel, putting it right on the money. And the accuracy finally showing up. What they've drastically needed so hard in this last game their accuracy has just not been where they needed it to be. But they do finally get one to fall. The Flames are going to take a shot, but again, it's wide, like we've been talking. Like that right there is exactly what I've been talking about. They've put shots on, they just are not putting them in an accurate spot, or even in a position where one of their teammates can get the second touch, and it almost ends on another goal for San Antonio. San Antonio is going to tie this back up. But man, do they have their work cut out for them? They need to be, I don't want to say shooting better, but they need to be converting those shots much more than they have been.
If they can recapture the energy of that last 20-30 seconds for the San Antonio Stallions, I think moving forward in the series, they could really bring a challenge to the Makos here, because I said what they needed to do was incorporate these passing plays better, because like the example that I mentioned specifically, if you want to do it that way, Molly got the ball off a clear, only had one player in that backfield on that Makos side, that was Lemons, full boost, straight in the middle, and Molly put that ball right to that player. Everywhere else on the field was essentially clear on the Makos side, so even banging it a cannon down to the corner would have been better, or down to the backboard or something for a double touch would have been better. But straight down the middle, it cannot be that easy for the Makos. And for the Stallions, they were able to take this game. They were able to come back, have that grit and determination, but can they keep it moving forward as well? And I called on them for the passing plays. They were able to incorporate that, but they need to keep it going to stand up against this Makos team.
Yeah, coming into the kickoff, what is the communication on the team looking like? Hey, I know we're in this, but I don't really feel like we've been in this, and we need to lock this in. We need to get our shooting down. And another thing that I've really been noticing is the midfield float. Really haven't seen too many interceptions coming out of San Antonio to make those breakaway plays, and I feel like Miami has been so much better at getting the floats midfield to be able to convert. They're able to slow the play down. They're able to get into a rotation that has been valuable in getting from that midfield interception to converting to a goal opportunity. I just think Miami has been just a little bit better on that, and that, I think, has been the difference maker between the two teams. We're seeing it right now as T gets the block, and it runs down the field. They do have a defender back in Molly, and I'm pretty sure that's somebody you really want to see, but it's going to get bullied, and DMs is going to bully this one in. Molly gets the touch, gets blocked off of it. Lloyd Boy gets awkward off the wall. Flammentor tried to get there, but DMs just bullied him. And that's going to be the early lead for Miami in a very, very, very close series. And what has turned out to be, a demo coming in. This could set up something good for Flame. Flame gets it. Can he get he could not get the double touch. What a save by Lemons. Lemons yet again coming out as we got a pancake off the ceiling. That could be bad. Lemons gets it, finally gets swatted away. But that's right there is what I'm talking about, that midfield float. Miami just being so much better at making a convertible play off of that midfield touch. I just think that that's something that Molly did the touch here. It's off the crossbar, and there it is again. He had a great play, a breakout play. He's not able to do anything with it once they get past that last little bit.
Yeah, that last little bit is the real challenge here in Rocket League, but DM's up for that one. Loyboy will just take over. Actually has a moment of peace. Lemons and DS trying to get back there. Maybe drop down. Flame coming in for the crash. But a miss from Molly on this one. T, another 50. Lemons being chased away. Back to the middle. That's what I was talking about before, what the Stallions were doing, just giving the ball away. This time it's the Makos doing it instead. That bump coming through as well. Flame, it would have to be him to get a shot on target there. That's where the play was set up for the timing at least. Both defenders there ready for the Makos to try and stop that one. Up for the middle. Awkward height though. T will get a 50 over. Loyboy's forced backwards. And for Stallions, just trying to build this momentum at all. That's a demo on the back line as well. Another one coming through. Can Flame get there? It won't matter. The shot is good, and it's 2-0.
What a play there. Just a double demo. T at the goal line. DM's out mid-center. San Antonio had absolutely nothing available for them. I can't remember who was left on the field, but they were caught mid rotation trying to get the boost in the back corner. They actually had nothing in response to the demo that came in. And Miami looking to force a go-ahead here as Lemons gets another shot. That's going to be his first of the game. But a great beat by DMs, and like I was talking about, in that midfield contention is where Miami has been so good at converting to a scoring opportunity that I think San Antonio is really missing out on. They're really not doing a great job of getting those midfield 50s that transfer over to scoring opportunities. Like right there, DMs just gets another touch. It's an out center, and look, there's just the defenders are having to mad rush back and just dive at this ball. They're making it happen, but do you want to be on that back foot the entire game? I feel like that's just such a stressful way to be, and a stressful way to play that you can't just get into that routine. And that may be Miami's goal here, is to keep them off kilter, keep them off routine, so that they're just awkward the whole game.
And that chaos that Flame was able to bring for the Stallions earlier in the series that added to their success. That one will be across the goal. Flame waiting patiently for it to be out of danger. And this time the chaos has come back to that Stallions net. Unfortunately for them, it looks a bit wild. It looks a bit frantic on their back line. Again for the Makos as well. That was just an open net. Stallions were not able to take advantage. Loyboy this time will be off target, off the post. Good bounce though. Nice shot. And Mally will put one on the board.
That Loyboy came in and got the touch. Not the shot he was looking for, but I don't think he was actually intending to take the shot. I think he was trying to get those defenders off the net, and it worked out for him, as we were going to get at least one goal back for San Antonio. Hopefully maybe able to make a stride here. Now get the soft touch, looking for the beat. Can't quite get it. Loyboy is going to stall this down, getting his team to rotate back or attack, which Flamethrower chooses to attack. Unfortunately, this is going to be a mad dash back. Loyboy having to be the last defender. And, this is exactly what I've been talking about. It's just been back and forth, and who is going to leave that net unattended has been the real the difference maker in this game. And just a cluster in the middle of the field there for just a split second. It looked like it was going to go in San Antonio's way, but Lemons and DM not going to have anything to do with it. That ball just barely crept over to Flame Intruder. Flame Intruder tried to position, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, all three guys on San Antonio were on that side, layered down. Unfortunately, not going to work out for them, and it almost cost them. It's going to end up costing them the game in total. Miami going into their third win, and man, I tell you what. How do you describe what's been happening? I mean, it just really, to me, it really seems like most of this has all just come down to luck.
Yeah, it could be luck. I think Makos are portraying kind of an interesting playstyle, though. I don't think it's all down to luck. Lemons, I know, has been popping off, and I do want to give an update as well. I've been calling this guy DMS, or this person, I should say, DMS for this whole game. Apparently it's Damus, I think. I might be saying that wrong again, but if I am, I'm sorry. But I'm trying, clearly. But I did see their camera on the stream. I saw a sneak peek, and they got like a ton of hats on. I just love that energy when they show up on the camera. Do something interesting, do something cool. And you know what? Show up on the field too. 2 goals for Damus on that one. 1 assist as well. And the reason why I don't think it's luck for the Makos is that every single goal, that they had was assisted. So they're all helping each other out. They have this rotation down, and they're at least close enough when they score these goals for the previous pass for it to count as an assist. So what they're doing is working clearly, and they're working as a team. And of course, that has put them now, on match point for the Makos. So we'll have to see. 2 needed for the Stallions, just 1 for the Makos. So for Game 6, the Stallions really have it all to play for here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think really the luck and Mally right there making his own luck, getting the touch off of Lloyd Boy. Lloyd Boy draws the defender off. T goes flying to the corner. Damus is caught off kilter here. Lemons was off the other side. Either one of them called on to the play, and it's going to sail in for San Antonio. But yeah, to your point, I mean, to me, I guess the luck thing comes in for San Antonio that they haven't lost as much as they have. Because, like, and I don't want to call anybody out, but their strategy has not been panning out. And their shooting opportunities, like right there, just sailing off the backboard. Maybe that's the bad luck coming in, but they just have not been able to convert these shots that they're taking. I mean, I think last game they had at least 10 shots that they were putting on net, and none of them really fell. And if we're in the grand finals for that 25 points, it's going to be so valuable for the season. I would want my best to show up, and right now I don't think we're seeing the best that San Antonio has to offer. But I really think that they can. They have shown moments where they can be that team, and I just wish that they could bring it out.
Well, they will have to, or they will not make it to a Game 7. T this time, though, will take it into the corner. Gets the demo as well. Pass back to a teammate. Love to see that, but unfortunately the teammate had no boost. Does have boost now, though. Back T again, looking for that second touch. Over for Mally. Lloyd Boy middle again. Mally there as well, looking for the bump. Damus is there again, gets the second touch. Just trying to keep this one back the other way. Damus up in the middle. Lemons trying to get that shot just to get that tying goal that the Makos have been looking for. Mally, tough one. Lloyd Boy to the corner once again. This is a team effort on defense here from the Stallions. Mally, no second touch. Cleared again by Damus. Can they get one downfield? And what I'm impressed by for the Stallions is their defense is so solid for Lloyd Boy getting it over another one. Mally again. Lloyd Boy there. But can they keep it out? Lemons this time, no boost, just a pot shot back to the middle. That's an easy save from Lando.
He's going to take this over top. He's going to get almost past both defenders. Lemons going to be there to clean it up, and I apologize. My internet has been absolutely crashed lately. And unfortunately, for me, that's going to be a tragic thing, but looking at it, we do have a close ball game here. 2 minutes and 11 seconds left to play, and we are tied up. Miami and San Antonio, if you are just tuning in, are battling it out for the finals in the professional level. And I tell you what, these guys have really exuded what it is to be on the professional level. These guys, for as much as I'm barking on San Antonio, I mean, I did have them to win, so it is kind of disappointing to see them kind of falling behind a little bit. But, these guys are playing to the best of their ability. I really think these guys are actually playing. But he's going to get a touch here. Tried to get it across 3 defenders. Damus going to try and get a touch here. Lemon gets it popped over. Lando last back, struggling to try to keep this in possession, while Lowboy misses the touch off the crossbar, and that's going to sail in for T to be goal number 2 for Miami.
It's just a mistake. It's just a mistake from the Stallions. T should not be able to get that touch there. Get it to the middle. Take their time, essentially, to get back to it, and then still be able to take a shot on goal. And yes, it was good from T, but Stallions should never give them that opportunity in the first place. So that's what they really need to fix right now, is just being their own enemy, essentially, giving the ball away there. And for the Makos, they have the tact to take advantage of it. They'll say thank you very much and not really ask any questions. So 1 minute left, and Stallions once again find themselves needing a goal. Back for Damus. He'll pick up the ball and a boost. Lloyd Boy, though, will steal that ball away. 50. I like that from Lemons. Keep it in the midfield. Molly away. T will take over. No boost, though. Bumped away. Lloyd Boy this time up for Damus. And every time this ball gets to the midfield, not one, but two players, one from each team, is always there to challenge it. So I agree. I'm impressed, actually, with the level that these teams are playing at, especially in how they're meeting each other in the midfield, having those battles, and then trying to get some kind of advantage from it. But 25 seconds left. That is all that is between the Makos and their victory.
We're going to try and get the touch here. Can't quite get it. Maui's going to play alive, trying to get it off the corner. Damus is there for it. Looks like it's going to fall here to Miami's pleasure. They're going to try and keep the ball just out of reach of the San Antonio. San Antonio's got the last ditch effort here. Can't quite make it. It's going to fall, and Miami is going to take it. And what has been Miami basically through and through this whole entire finals.
Yeah, Miami Makos are your grand final winners for professional for the Major 1 of CSA Season 2. So congratulations to them. Lemons as well. T as well. Apparently he's the third man, or they're the third man. Did so well. Was involved in every asset or every facet of the play. Every single attribute was there on display today from the Makos, and they were able to take it in Game 6. And thankfully for them not go to a Game 7, which I thought maybe would happen. So, yeah, but a great series, though, a great grand final. And I think we have a couple more series tonight as well.
Yeah, we do. We're going to be coming up on those here in just a little bit. Once we get done with this broadcast, we will take a little bit of a break, and we will be bringing that action to you. But to your point, Miami just came out. They executed their plans well, and I think that they deserve to have that win after what I saw in their game. Any more final thoughts?
Well, we do have 2 more matches tonight on stream, and like you said, that'll be after a break. But first, we have St. Louis Archers and Baltimore Boxers for the grand final, and then another grand final after that. That'll be another best of 7, and that's San Antonio Stallions and the Savannah Phantoms. So San Antonio actually representing across multiple leagues in the grand final here in Major 1. But we will be taking a very short break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Dropping that shit on the headlight. that shit on the headlight.
Hello, hello, we're back, CSA, and we got ourselves Superstar, and this is just where it all begins. The night is just still young, and we got ourselves a fantastic matchup here, joined with my boy Kitty. How you doing tonight?
Doing great. This is, of course, my beautiful, pretty, perfect Superstar team, who I'm sure will never lose again. So I'm excited to be here for him tonight.
Awesome, man. This is a really thrilling matchup, and as we get into things, looking at the semifinals that both these two teams had to fight through, Baltimore got through pretty easily right down there in the lowers, 4-1 up against the Toronto Six, while St. Louis Archers cannot say they went through easily. They had to reverse sweep the Denver Shred. Was an absolute heartbreaker for myself here, but it was a thriller, and I think both these teams are heavy hitters. Both of them can absolutely show up, and both these teams are here to, obviously win today. I know the Baltimore Boxers are going to be coming in with a sub. Will that, affect our predictions at all?
They probably should for most people, but for other more biased people, probably not.
Okay. I mean, for me, I know I'm gonna hate to do this to you, but I gotta predict the boys St. Louis Archers. I know Baltimore Boxers are standing ahead of the pack right now in points. They are far ahead, but I gotta back the guys that took down the Denver Shred in such a insane fashion with a reverse sweep. I think they got it here in the finals. I do think it's gonna go the distance. Maybe Game 6 here. That's all I'll predict. Game 6 here in the finals. But really, I can see it going the distance. I could even see it being all of a sudden a sweep if momentum gets out of hand. But only time will tell, Kitty.
Yeah, I do think my guys, if they want to win it in all seriousness, because Aqua is the sub today. He's from my professional team. Very solid player. He subbed up before for a superstar and won a few games. But it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for them against a very, very solid St. Louis squad. I mean, this team, I've been rating them high the whole time. I mean, we got the net stacker 4s and 4 AM. It's a great squad in totality, and my guys are going to have to take it to 7 or 6 if they want to win. I don't see a world where my guys magically win this in 4.
They're going to have to rank up here and play to their most fullest potential. You do got yourself an extremely solid sub, and we are just about ready here to get onto this kickoff. And without further ado, let's send them in here. Go, go, go! And they should be joining up any minute now as the players hit the field. Madness should commence any moment now. Let's get on here. The Superstar Grand Finals.
Here we go. Kickoff. Swish and Whitlock going at high backboard first touch. Aqua on, sending it upfield. Whitlock can intercept this, putting this high up the sidewall. Over likewise. Of course, and Whitlock will double commit there. Swish not enough boost to really do anything with it. Aqua playing it off the wall. Cannot get another touch on it. Going the other way. Oatmeal Gobbler throwing this high, missing the second touch. Whitlock there, not able to score. Upfield, likewise there. Up high, Aqua trying to send this back down. Swish up, putting that back. We're living to see another day. Likewise, going for something. Almost. A beautiful shot there. We're seeing a decent amount of pressure so far here for the Baltimore Boxers.
Yeah, pushing up against this St. Louis wall. And this, I will say, although it looks good, this exactly the style of Rocket League that they do like playing, and eventually they'll get a counterattack, and it's just barely in the net. Off the post, it finds its way in, but this St. Louis team, they just turtle up for so long. It seems like they're going to lose over and over again. They have to make miracle save after miracle save, and even blocking out fantastic shots until they get their chance on the net. And this time, a poor 50-50 in the midfield will result in a goal for the St. Louis Archers. Off the kickoff, they do get a slight chance here. It's a soft ball, but Aqua gets a free bang, looking to find Swish, but Forrest intercepts.
Swish has to make this save, puts it into the back corner for Aqua. Aqua missing a touch. Oatmeal Gobbler one-on-one with Swish. Able to get a good 50 there, Swish. Whitlock trying to beat likewise up the wall. Able to get a demo. Able to get another bump. Blue not able to capitalize. That was something there.
That was absolutely ridiculous, Kitty. I can't believe that stayed out of it. I need an instant replay on that just to see what happened, but somehow find his way out to keep this a one-goal game. Whitlock trying to find his way out of this corner. It's a loose ball. Forbes will be the first there to put a nice shot towards target. Aqua has to spend every little bit of boost he has to keep that one out. Swish does secure the corner boost, but at what cost? A slight double commit comes through. Whitlock leaving this one for Forrest. Bang to the backboard. Likewise has to make a tough read here. He does. Nice job relieving the pressure, but only temporarily, as another shot comes flying in. Another demo. Swish needs a good clear, gets it past one, but Forrest went in the wings. Another high bang. So much of, so many resources have to be used here for Baltimore, and eventually someone's going to run out. 2 players perhaps, and a free shot will come, but it's wide.
Unfortunate miss there. Baltimore just a few whiffs and low boosts. Aqua going upfield there. Oatmeal Gobbler putting this up mid. Swishes there. Forrest beats him. The post is the St. Louis's worst enemy right now. Holy. Swish putting this up. Likewise, not able to get that. Whitlock gets there first. Not able to get the touch. 4 AM puts it on, just off. Forrest with the ball. Forrest sending it across. Trying to put this out into the corner. Whitlock gets a touch mid. Likewise gets bumped. Swish there awkward in front of Oatmeal. A demo coming out. These demos have been very, very nerve-wracking for Baltimore, but they have been able to live through most of them. Upfield, time for a counterattack for Baltimore. Aqua not able to get that touch, and it's coming right on back.
Yeah, wow, this is a completely different St. Louis Archers team than I'm used to seeing. Just constant pressure. It's so hard for Baltimore to break out of their hats. In fact, the defender's getting bumped all around. Double quick comes through. Somehow Whitlock keeps it in. Baltimore 50-50s come through. 4AM's trying to find a shot, but blocked out again by Swish. That ball finds way to the Baltimore corner, but a slight mistouch from Whitlock forces Forrest into an awkward position now, looking for a sidewall. Gets the sidewall, but it finds its way back. Just a little bit of ping pong here and there, and man, that play quickly disintegrates. And 90 seconds left on the clock. And honestly, this game could go either way still.
Yes, it can, and unfortunately,
I think Swish lagged out. Yeah, he was
Swish.
AFK there for a second. I think Rising got done, but he does find his way back. But was AFK there? That might be the difference here for game one. And Swish finds the back of the net.
Unfortunate. This did happen probably like 4 different times in our run 2 here. If anybody watched the Kitty Meow Meow stream, it was quite unfortunate. But Swish and the crew, they're later game heroics. They get better, they get hotter the longer the series goes on. Whitlock putting this mid, Aqua putting it off the crossbar, Swish coming to this. A minute left, still plenty of time if you're Baltimore. There's no need to get your hopes lost now. And second I say that, we just get scored on. Let's go.
It's just game one here, so hopefully for Baltimore they can shake off these nerves. I mean, it's game one of the grand finals. It might be a slightly nervous series, more so than any other so far this season. Probably the most high-stakes game, and right now, St. Louis Archers are performing. They are absolutely firing on all cylinders. In fact, I know we're cheating a bit early, but we spoke a bit too soon. I was just about to talk about the shots, but Baltimore find another and find the back of the net. Very good timing, put themselves back into the game.
Whitlock decides that Forrest is not allowed to save that ball. Usually, he says the eye of the net stack. You're not allowed to, Mr. Forrest. And a little wonky, but only 2 goals in 40 seconds. This is very possible in a world. Oatmeal putting this out to 4. Swish getting a touch into the corner. Swish putting it a little high up. Aqua and likewise both low on boost though. Whitlock the speed trying to be a nuisance and in the way. Off the backboard. Aqua there. Swish is going to try to put this on target. Not quite able to. Whitlock sends it across. Likewise going back. Aqua going to touch this. Can't get a 50 on that. Whitlock up. Whitlock putting it towards mid. Swish able to intercept it. Get a few touches on it. Aqua puts it over 1. Aqua back on the ball, putting it straight to 4s, and with 9 seconds left, it's good to say that this game is as good as over.
Yeah, dancing in front of the net, it won't be enough to cut that 2-goal lead, and we will find the ball into the ground eventually, but game one is as good as over. This was a closer game than it appears, though, as, one of those goals maybe could be, shaken off as Swish lagging out, and you got one back, so kind of close your eyes. It feels like a 1-goal game, but it does not feel like a 1-goal game, if I'm honest. The pressure was unbelievable from the St. Louis Archers. This game, 15 shots to Baltimore's 4. I mean, and honestly, half of those shots, or more than half of those shots, came from after that goal that we saw late. So up until that point, they had 1 shot, but they did turn things around there in the last minute or so, maybe giving themselves a bit more pressure, a few more chances on goal. So as the series moved on, maybe Baltimore Boxers will feel more and more comfortable and get into their rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. The role Aqua's trying to replace is of Miller, who is a very, very good player for us, but Miller isn't our best scorer, Miller isn't our best passer, Miller's just there. He's just always where you need him to be, so if Aqua can just do that, and likewise in Swish can start to trust him more as, it's harder to trust a guy who's 1800 in what is a high 1900 type lobby, so a little harder to do that. So once they get that trust going, I do think it is very possible for the Boxers to come back here.
Definitely take a little bit of time, but if we hop into here, game 2 is on the horizon. We got ourselves another kickoff, and this is where maybe the tides can start to shift a little bit for the Boxers here, looking to get back in that ring. On ourselves, game 2. going to be a win kickoff here, but Whitlock happily taking control here of the Hunter boost, trying to get a flip off the wall. Maybe not the touch he wanted, but another double commit comes through, and in fact, it's coming again. Aqua trying to get involved in this play, and honestly, with the way he's playing, he does not look like a sub. He looks like he's meant to be here. Really trying to make an impact on this field right now. Low 50-50 comes through, and another ball. Oh my goodness, he's getting it past all three. It finds its way center. Is anyone there to shoot? Triple commit comes through on the Baltimore Boxers goal line, but somehow no goal is found. In fact, Swish is having a chance for a counterattack. No reset comes through, but a decent 50 to put into the St. Louis corner. It's still a dangerous ball, and I mean, that was what looked like a perilous situation, but somehow find themselves out of it unscathed.
Aqua throwing it up. Aqua putting it off the backboard. Off the backboard again. Another little weird double commit there from the Boxers. Ford trying to take this up into the corner. Swish there for it. Gets a touch across. Whitlock able to intercept Aqua up, trying to get this across. Swish gets a bump on ones, coming right back, but better defensive positioning here. And Swish able to boom this upfield, attempt at a counter attack. Gets it over one. Aqua and Likewise a little close together here. Likewise trying to take this off the corner. Not able to beat Oatmeal Gobbler. Aqua with a 50 mid. Whitlock able to fumble with it there. Swish putting it to the side. Oatmeal Gobbler back up. And what a pass and shots from Oatmeal Gobbler and Force to go up 1-0. 3:40 left.
It looks like an impossible situation to come out of with a goal, but a perfect precision pass and an even more precise shot to the top bins finds, St. Louis with a goal here, and man, that is precision right there. Just under 90 seconds into this first game, and now Force is getting a free chance off the kickoff here, but Aqua, nice bang out towards the goal, putting Whitlock into an awkward position, gets a free touch, and in fact, he gets one more. It's a heavy clear though, and Swish will be able to take advantage, trying for the bump. Oatmeal Gobbler a little bit awkward, in fact, Likewise doesn't get the first touch, but it's blocked out. Aqua, maybe not the touch he was looking for. Swish is able to quickly get back to that and support into the corner here, but quickly saved away. Now Likewise is in a tough spot here as Whitlock is preparing a dribble. Just completely goes missing, but sometimes doing nothing is everything.
Yeah, the net stacker showing he can actually do things on offense as well. I actually think that miss is exactly why that scored. That might have been a fake from Whitlock. I wouldn't doubt him to do it, but great goal from him. The Archers are up 2-0 now, and I will say just to comment so far, it does not look like a single point during this series the Archers have felt any real threat on defense. Every single time they're on defense, they look so comfortable, and that definitely hurts if you're the Boxers.
Yeah, still got lots of time. That's the one good thing. You still got lots of time to turn things around. In fact, this might be a great opportunity right here. Why as we're talking about it? A great capitalization of the play. Aqua just sends the house here and outplays two of them. In fact, it waterfalls down and he does the whole job himself. Aqua 3 looking like the super sub.
Yeah, great shot there. Swish, shout out Swish, man. He gets a few bumps, he gets people out of net, and then Aqua able to capitalize on those bumps. Oatmeal Gobbler putting this to the side. Whitlock and Swish go for the 50. Likewise, not able to get the touch there. Aqua's going to be there. Double, triple-ish commit there off the backboard, or in the corner. Likewise, putting this towards the backboard. Aqua not able to get there. Whitlock there first. Sent across. Force is there, gets a touch up. Swish trying to control this. Gets beat by Force. Force going off the backboard. Weird touch there, goes into the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler. We get a touch. Likewise able to get a good 50 there. Whitlock trying to slow the play down. Gets beat by Swish. It's high up. Force able to put this into the corner. Force putting it down. It's a great 50. Applying some pressure to this Baltimore Boxers defense. What a shot. What a save by Likewise. Time for the counterattack for Baltimore. Likewise not able to get the reset. Gets beat towards that. Aqua off the backboard. Beat is Force. And we're seeing a lot of back and forth play here now with the 2 minutes left.
And Baltimore trying to crack through the defense, and finally, maybe that'll be the final piece of the puzzle that they were looking for all along, the crack to the defense. Just an excellently timed fake or miss or whatever you want to call it, but it makes the net completely open, and Aqua will find his time to strike, and that near post is completely open. Not only that, but they have got themselves, back in this game and an equalizer now to try to take that next step forward and finding themselves a lead. They're going to have to play a little bit of defense here right off the kickoff. Swish does well to clear this one out. Force intercepts early. Aqua on the backboard. Maybe a missed touch, and that is not going to cut it. Oatmeal Gobbler will be right there to take advantage of the slight mistake. I mean, honestly, Aqua has looked perfect throughout this entire series so far. And I mean, last game he was leading with points. I know points are everything. In this game, he's, you know, got 2 of the Baltimore's goals, but that touch, or that mistouch, I should say right there, might cost them more than, you know, possible. I mean, now they got to go and start over again, start from scratch. But luckily, this game, chances have been a little bit more frequent than last game.
That is true. Likewise, taking control of this. Trying to get it past 2. Not able to do it. Force beats him to it. Swish. Trying to put this on. Oatmeal Gobbler putting it to the corner. Whitlock going to be first 2. Never mind. Teammate cut him. Aqua trying to push it up. Likewise beats 1. Whitlock in the corner, though. In front of the net. You know that's where he likes to be. Now time for a counterattack. Force just misses. Whitlock just backflips. Swish has a free touch here. Likewise going to take it from him. Likewise gets a demo. Whitlock over Swish. Aqua with a save there, if you will. Force trying to put this backboard. Force going for the double tap, and Force able to get it.
Yeah, Force making it 4, and now got themselves their 2-goal lead back. Just finding the backboard. Likewise, going for that squishy save, but unfortunately with no boost, I mean, he couldn't really play that any other way, and once Force mixed up his timing by going to the backboard, it is just a hopeless situation. You basically just got to pray that he hits it into you, but well placed by Force, able to find themselves that 2-goal lead. Aqua trying to cut it in half by doing a crazy play up the ceiling. Water falls down, and although missing his shot, it ends up being a perfect pass for Swish, who finds the back of the net and cutting that 2-goal lead in half yet again. Now, only 1 goal separates these two teams. And, you know, with 35 seconds left on the clock, it's looking more and more doable. You know, every single time Baltimore are at least getting a chance on net, it seems like they're at least taking a decent shot, and they're going to get a quick one here off the kickoff. Full boost, Whitlock re-jumping here for... It's a decent pass down! Oh my goodness, almost a wonder pass, but somehow saved away by Force.
Yeah, that was a incredible save and a great shot coming from both players there. Whitlock up, putting this down to the corner. On net over to Likewise. Not able to quite get there. Force playing us in the corner. Swish having to play a little bit of defense. 10 seconds left, and the ball is on the Boxer's side, on the Boxer's backboard. And that is as good as game. Whitlock, 7, putting that one away.
Yeah, my boy 7 able to just dunk that one in, and although Likewise had a decent touch there, trying his best to keep that out, it was not enough. Either it's going to have to be some sort of kickoff shenanigans here, and in fact, the ones doing the shenanigans is going to be St. Louis Archers to put this ball onto the opposition side. A double kickoff comes through, and that will drain away the last few seconds that Baltimore had to play with and end game 2, putting themselves up 2-0. This is a little bit scary now for Baltimore Boxers. You know, this is usually the turning point of the series to see if it's going to be close, if it's going to be a blowout, and so far, the Boxers, they got to start swinging back, because the further and further this game gets away from them, the less and less chances I believe that they could have to coming back, especially with that sub. I know Aqua has been playing fantastic, ended up on the top of the scoreboard both times, but it's still really tough. You know, I think I think this next game is a must win, if I'm honest.
I agree. I totally agree. Because the longer this goes, the worse the mental gets for Baltimore, and just the harder everything gets. Seeing the games, you see there is obviously a world where Baltimore does have a chance. It's not just like they're just getting blown out 7-0 every game, and it's not very close. Most of these games are close for a decent amount of the time. Baltimore able to put way more offense on this game, and so hope they can continue that. I'd say the biggest thing for Baltimore is still just trust. I need Likewise. Specifically Likewise, to just give Aqua some trust. I know he did have that one costly goal, and that is all Aqua's fault. You can't really put on anyone else, but you do have to trust him at a point. And I think with more trust from Likewise, I think more confidence is instilled in Baltimore, and we can see a reverse here in the tide.
Yeah, I'm always here for the content, whichever way ends up being the most thrilling. I'm here for. So if we end up finding ourselves in a reverse sweep, I would find it so ironic, because this St. Louis team just reverse swept by Denver Stretch Squad. So, you know, I'm still a little bit butthurt about that. I would love a little bit of revenge, but, you know, I would not be surprised if it is a little bit too much of a tall task to ask for this week. But, you know, we're going to have to see what they can throw out here in Game 3. And already Whitlock's padding up a save, and another shot comes through for 4 a.m. And, I mean, already the pressure's commencing. And, I mean, it's going to be tough for Baltimore, especially now down 2. The pressure's really on. I just hope they don't collapse under it. I mean, I don't want to say it's all or nothing from here on out, but they've really got to find some new spark. And I will say they did start clicking that last game, find themselves 3 goals. I mean, that's nothing to scoff at. You just got to clean up maybe the defensive end a little bit. Maybe some sort of I don't know if it's rotations. I don't know if it's just lack of boost, but either way, just clean up your defense, and you might have a solid chance here. As it seems like you found out what to do on offense.
Yes, I totally agree there. Likewise, trying to put this on net. The net is there to save it. Oatmeal Gobbler trying to take this past one. Aqua gets a demo. Buying switch a little bit of time here in the corner. Sent across. Forwards with another touch. Likewise going to be first 2. Likewise sends it up. Likewise, one to beat. Forwards there. Switch up early. Taps it off a backboard. Aqua there. Aqua able to capitalize. And the Boxers go up 1-0, which I don't believe they've held a lead the entire series until right now. Great team play there. Four is just in hell, if you will, in a very awkward position and not able to get there. And the Boxers go up 1-0.
And the first lead of the series. This is definitely a spark. This is a nice, look for the Boxers, and this is unfamiliar territory. See if they can hold on to that, and maybe a chance here for St. Louis Archers to strike back and see what their resilience is looking like today. So far, a shot comes through, and it's a little bit lacking as Force has no boost. Trying to force out Likewise, but he just stays cool and calm under pressure. Takes a nice 50-50. Swish trying to fake out Whitlock, but he plays the ball, stays close to it. And now Oatmeal trying to get a pass. It's maybe a chance. Whitlock does miss his shot slightly, and although not an easy one, maybe one that we're used to seeing him hit. But you're gonna have to come away here, back on your back foot here. Defense coming through. Swish misses his reset, and up side foot from Aqua to maybe put him up 2-0 right there, and maybe a missed chance. It goes by and to the wayside. You're gonna have to maybe not claw back, but just hold on for dear life as halfway through this game, and so far the Boxers have done well to hold their lead.
That they have about halfway through the game right now, and we've seen a lot of high aerial plays coming from the Boxers, just getting it out of their half and buying them more time to get boost and just get in the right spot. Ford's trying to put a shot on, just absolutely whiffs, gets a demo. Whitlock trying to put it on, beats one, and a great offensive play there from the Archers leads to a goal.
Wow. If that was calculated by Force, he might be the GOAT, because that was a crazy fake on the ball to go land on the backboard to go demo the third man right there. That was unbelievable outplay, and if that was genuinely calculated, that was crazy. Looking to see more of that insane offense as we continue on here, 1-1, and Likewise does outplay. Oatmeal's gonna have to do a little bit of defense here alone. It's a tough corner read, and Swish kind of pogos into the back of the offensive net. It's going to be a slow recovery. Aqua does get outplayed. Is there anyone home? It's hard to tell from this angle. Multiple players diving in the corner. Oatmeal diving in ahead to try to get the demo. The ball is completely centered, but because Oatmeal went for the demo, there was no one there to shoot. Moore is now ripping a shot on target. Beautiful save. Now a counterattack is coming. It's into the corner. Maybe a free shot for Likewise goes missing, and man, it is back and forth right now. I don't know if we're having any midfield play. We're playing net to net, coast to coast, and I think this is exactly where Whitlock wants to be. He gets the net stack in both goals now.
This is Aqua. It is only 1-1, and I am genuinely surprised the amount of misses that are coming from both teams at the current rate. Likewise up on the backboard, so was Oatmeal Gobbler. Sits it down low. Aqua putting it back up. Four's gonna beat people to it. Back on defense is the Baltimore Boxers. Likewise 50s across. Aqua gets a demo /50. Likewise misses. Swish trying to control. Puts it to the side. Decent 50. Aqua able to rip it. Would have liked that one to be on net, but this is still a playable ball for the Boxers. Gets it past one. Likewise, shot is good. Boxers go up 1 with a minute left.
Fantastic from Aqua. I know he did miss that maybe open net, but maybe he didn't recognize that, just trying to get a powerful hit towards goal, and he redeems himself. Fantastic pass out to Likewise, able to put that one to the back of the net, and now just under a minute remains for St. Louis Archers to hold on to their dreams of a sweep here, and for a perfect series. Whitlock does nice job to 50 this one back to Oatmeal Gobbler, makes the musty, looking to get it outplay, over to Whitlock, pops it up, but Aqua already lurking on the backboard, able to clear this one out, looking for the follow-up as well. That ball will get past him. Likewise pass to it, and able to put another shot towards target. Nice soft touch around. Swish is approaching. Does bump Whitlock off the play, which gives Aqua a free chance to dive. Now taking his time. This is fantastic. Outplays almost. Oh my goodness, there's multiple fakes coming through, but as the series or this match goes on, and this match looked very, very messy before, it seems to be cleaning up a bit.
It does. Swish trying to take this from Whitlock. Whitlock able to regain control. Past one. Whitlock just as open as a net can get, really. I'm kind of confused what happened there, in all honesty.
Not much. Just a poor time double commit and one missed touch, I believe, from Swish that sets it up for Whitlock, able to just calmly air dribble it in, and there's no better feat for Whitlock as he gets to go basically fly direct route towards the goal and just go sit in it. But you have to play a little bit of defense here. Likewise puts a nice shot towards target, somehow saved away off the close post. Another shot comes through, another save! Holding up like a turtle somehow. St. Louis could have been killed right there, but the Baltimore Boxers to do it in overtime. Maybe not a spot they want to be in, but this just, they keep on getting better and better as the series goes on. Looking for a sidewall. Force and Swish go missing. Putting this back onto offense. Oatmeal Gobbler looking to do some more defense, but a nice pass, but Aqua maybe going a bit too quick, gets a little bit of a misread, and this will have to be found back onto their offense. You have to find a way back out, and already being pressed up against your back wall, it's a little bit dangerous of a situation, but able to hold on.
It is. Four's able to get it past one. Swish is there, able to put it up. Swish trying to go for something. Gets nothing. Aqua putting it back towards the middle. Whitlock gonna happily take a save. Likewise, puts it on target. Oatmeal Gobbler has to save. Whitlock taking it to the corner. Swish gets 50 to cross. Aqua has to play this in the corner. Does. Puts it up though. Buys his team some time. Aqua trying to put this up in the blue corner. 50 coming out. Swish not able to get another one. Likewise, last on defense here. Demo attempt coming. Aqua able to give him some break. Aqua trying to take this across. Beats Whitlock to it. Likewise up. Puts it to the corner. Puts it down for Swish. Swish is up. Swish sends it across. Aqua there. Some nice recoveries here from the Boxers. Oh, that was almost dangerous. Aqua trying to put it upfield. Aqua gets a touch. 50, didn't saw a whole lot of back and forth in the first minute 30 so far in OT.
Every time this ball, Swish does get it past, but no teammate over there waiting for him, and likewise trying to get an outplay, but gets bumped off for a troubled Fours. Awkward touch. Aqua trying his best to keep it close, but with an empty boost tank before, all you can do is bench it 50-50. Another shot comes through. 4EM. Somehow the Heroics are continuing and able to get this one out. Whitlock diving quickly to get that one past. Now the counterattack is maybe beginning into the corner. It's a nice pass. Breach up. Oh my goodness, it's just barely off the bar. 2 minutes into this overtime, and it's still nothing but pins and needles. Another beat out, looking towards the back wall. Aqua's awkward, breaks it across, but a re-jumping Oatmeal Gobbler somehow doesn't hit that ball. I thought he was right on track right there. Another shot comes ripping to the backboard. Double commit comes through, maybe a chance for Whitlock, but that 50-50 finds its way towards the net. It's not on target, thankfully, for all St. Louis Archer fans, and they can take a quick breath here as they transition into offense. Swish up early, looking for the 50-50, but instead both go missing. 4EM, heavy touch off the sidewall. Aqua's ready for it and clears it out once again.
And he does. Likewise taking this off the back wall, putting it up. Oatmeal Gobbler there, puts it to the corner. Cannot get another touch on it. Aqua able to collect. Aqua sending it upfield. This is on target. Whitlock has to save this. Does. Epic save farming, if you will. Swish trying to play this in the corner. Uses 50 boost to get it there, sends it across. Likewise with a great 50. Try to keep this in play. Aqua gets beat to it. Swish back on defense. All of blue is ready for it though. Aqua gets a demo. Swish is last with this ball. Not able to get the touch. Likewise corralling this into the corner. Another demo coming out from the Archers team. Whitlock gets beat. Force has to save this, and he does. Force able to get that touch. Likewise also not able to read that. Gobbler playing it upfield, 50 by Swish. Aqua there. Aqua sending it high. Aqua trying to keep with it. Goes for the bump. Not able to get it. The net is there. Whitlock playing it up. Swish intercepting. Oatmeal Gobbler there, though. Putting this on backboard. Likewise having none of that. Up to Aqua. Aqua shoots it. Just off. Unable to get the rebound. Likewise able to capitalize. In an almost 4-minute overtime, the Baltimore Boxers come out on top after a great play from Aqua and Likewise.
We were saying we needed some sort of momentum shift right here, right now. We were saying this probably is a must-win. And honestly, I thought Baltimore had it in regulation. They probably should have, but slipped away from them. Now after nearly a 4-minute overtime, and outstanding pressure, they finally break that, just great wall of freaking St. Louis Archers, somehow bringing them down, tearing them down a little bit more. 14 shots this game. Baltimore Boxers are here. They're swinging now. They are not holding anything back, and they started really moving this game. I mean, slowly tearing down the, St. Louis Archers. A big part of their game is just turtling up on defense, and even though I saw St. Louis Archers, they had to turtle up, for a long time and play defense, but that's normally where they're comfortable. But Baltimore Boxers made it work. They finally found themselves through, and after it felt like 4 minutes of pressure for Baltimore, finally St. Louis breaks down.
They do. This is the story of the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, if you will, this game. 14 shots from Baltimore, 10 saves from St. Louis, and 3 of the shots that weren't saved were goals. So, I mean, if Baltimore can keep up that tremendous amount of shots, St. Louis has to get more counterattack opportunities than they did. Really only 1 goal coming from true offense that time. So, their defense is amazing, but I think if the Baltimore keeps up the way they're playing, that could be dangerous for the Archers.
Continue on here. This match is only going to get more and more intense and as it goes on, and now we've got a real game. 2-1 to continue forward for the Boxers and really start exchanging some blows. It's going to be a bump on the back line here, but he does secure the corner. Nice shot comes through from the corner, but somehow saved away. And I know we're used to saying Whitlock is the ultimate net stacker, and although he did have the most saves last game, O'Neal really stepped up that last game. Really had the insanely crucial saves, in my opinion, and holding down that back line, and looking at him to continue on and really just continue to step up in defense where it's needed. But not for defense now. Now St. Louis Archers have got to find a way onto offense, because we were talking about Baltimore Boxers. They found themselves their offense, but now it looks like they've got the defense. It's up to St. Louis to respond.
That it is. Whitlock trying to get this ball, not able to. Force takes it, gets demoed for his efforts. Aqua trying to put this towards the net, denied. Swish taking this high. Swish trying to put it on net, not able to get that second touch. Whitlock's gonna be able to clear this up in the air. Likewise, gonna be last on defense. This is off the backboard. Likewise, almost on goal. Oatmeal Gobbler taking this down. Swish able to get it past him. 50s fours, not able to get it past Whitlock. Fours going for the double touch into the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler trying to put it on, not able to. Whitlock with the shots. Behind Aqua, but Swish able to recover to it. Swish getting behind this ball, trying to get it upfield, trying to buy his team time. Doesn't get the reset on that? Come on, Rocket League. Not very awesome of you.
Yeah, right now, St. Louis Archers are going to have to play a little bit of defense, but so far they've been honestly more on offense, but their shots have been very lacking. The chances that they have had on that have been very poor. Looking to clean that up more as they get further into this game. It's a soft touch into the corner. Likewise, just have to respond and does secure the corner as well. It's a soft shot on target yet again. Fours diving early. Not only gets a piece of the ball, but also likewise he's carrying that ball down. Whitlock into the corner, gets dove immediately. That ball is waterfalling down in front of the net. Likewise, just barely runs out of boost and can't take that shot. Aqua off the ceiling makes it awkward, but Fours has to save out. Here, he does find it, pops it up. Whitlock being cautious as it's a pass down to Aqua's shot. It's just wide. Double tap comes through. So many players scrambling into that St. Louis net, but somehow the ball finds its way into the corner. And there is still just a flurry of pressure. And St. Louis trying to find their way out. Maybe this is a chance.
That it is. Aqua trying to keep this in play. Swish gets a good 50 across. Whitlock gonna be able to beat him to this though. Whitlock clearing it out of the blue half for what feels like the first time in 2 minutes. No touch from either team there. Four's going to have a backboard to play with. Likewise trying to read it. Does. Whitlock putting that into orange corner. Aqua having none of it, sending it upfield. Oatmeal Gobbler trying to take it. Aqua playing the big man pressure here. Oatmeal Gobbler trying to get a touch. Swish with a great 50. Whitlock sending this to the orange half. Oatmeal Gobbler shot on net. Aqua not able to get the touch, but not in. Swish playing that into the corner. Aqua sending it high over one. Swish up early. Gets 50 for his efforts. Likewise is there to rebound. Whitlock playing safe in the corner. Swish reading this. Swish with not enough boost to get back to it, unfortunately. Blue looks like they're going for a counterattack, denied by Likewise. Well, awkward in the midfield here. Shot coming out. Force with a great patient save there. Demo coming out. A whole lot of pressure in the blue half, but it looks like they are finally subduing it.
Crazy think that they just find themselves back on defense, huddled up, and maybe a chance gone by. Swish can't get that shot. Fours not able to go get that mid boost even, and so much being starved out. Finally a chance here for Whitlock off the corner. Can't get that read, but Fours will take a shot. 50. Oh no, the rule one. I don't know if it was quite a rule one, but it does get broken. Aqua looking to take a shot here. Oatmeal Gobbler fires this one back to the friendly corner here to maybe take a little bit of space. Big 50 comes through. That is maybe network. Oh my, that's off the post. A slight touch comes through. Likewise reacts quickly, but now a sidewall attempt comes through. It's not just an attempt, it's actually a shot on target, saved away by Swish. That would have been a highlight reel play, but we're not here to watch highlight reels. We're here to watch good, solid Rocket League, and we got nothing more but 30 seconds left of it in regulation here. We find ourselves in overtime, but can one team break this before we find ourselves there? Maybe our last chance will come here. St. Louis rips it off the ceiling. Whitlock trying to take a shot. He's going to find his way mid to Oatmeal Gobbler. What a save from Likewise on the backboard.
Yes, it seems like Likewise has been amazing on the defensive end. Aqua Trap put this off backward. Shot for Swish. Low and slow, not able to get there. Does any miracles happen before the end of regulation? No, it does not. We're going into overtime for 2 straight games, this time in a 0-0 absolute borer. Unless you love defense, of course. And this game's probably awesome for you. Aqua gets a 50 mid. Whitlock putting it up. Likewise puts it to the corner with a great save from him. Likewise sending that upfield, denied by Oatmeal Gobbler. Aqua going to take this in the corner and try to get this out of orange half. Trying to read Fours. Fours 50s them though. Likewise going up for this. Likewise sends it upfield. Oatmeal Gobbler ready for it though. Swish going to put this down to the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler slamming it off. 3 orange cars in one corner. I do not like the look of that one, but they are, as of right now, okay. A lot of pressure here coming from Archers early.
Really scared right there for the Boxers. As, yeah, like you said, they're all bunched up in that corner, but they find themselves out and maybe another chance, but somehow saved away yet again. Maybe a slight mistouch, but Oatmeal is going to get up to that really quickly. Whitlock shot on target. It's just barely off, and I thought the bell was ringing right there. Nice get past for Swish here, and another demo comes through. It's a lot of back and forth, a lot of heavy touches. No one maybe confident enough to commit as that third man to take that shot, but if he was there, that might have been the game winner. Whitlock looking to take another 50-50. Swish dives quickly. Oatmeal looking to take this one off the sidewall. Full tank a boost, looking to take another one into the corner. Swish just a hard clear up to Likewise. Pre-flip, looking for the shot. He's got it. Fours, an even better save to relieve some pressure. Hit up to himself, looking for maybe one more. Bounced it into the ground, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough to get the ball moving quickly enough. Another chance here. Midfield pass comes through. It's a bit dangerous. In fact, Aqua able to clear that one out and resolve all the pressure that St. Louis might have had.
That they do. This game looks, funnily enough, like teams swapped roles. I'm seeing a lot of great saves coming from Boxers and a lot of great pressure coming from the Archers. Swish trying to take this to the net. Swish not able to get it mid. Whitlock going to be able to take that. 50 upfield. Not in. That would have been unfortunate if it was. Aqua off of the backboard in the corner. Whitlock able to read it. Swish fumbling with his words. Likewise able to get another great save. Likewise playing us in the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler having none of it. Likewise bumping Fours off. Some more great 50s coming from Blue. They're just too big and round and large and lumpy. Likewise, last on D. Fours throws it over. What a save and shot coming. What another great save. The Boxers, as I said earlier, look like they're the Archers right now.
They're kind of playing each other's roles right here, but the offense is not seized. Another shot comes through. Maybe a double attempt pass, in fact. Fours is trying to scramble there, but with a little boost, he just has to sell for a 50-50 into the corner. Likewise, here to bang the ball across. Whitlock is going to be there to meet and get a free ball here, taking a little bit of time. Swish is going to be the first one to aggress. Whitlock, fantastic 50-50, able to get the boost as well, but Aqua, quick up, shot comes through. Fours uses what little boost he has to clear it back to the corner, and now Whitlock back to his waves, trying to air this out. Maybe not the touch he was looking for, but a nice 50-50 comes through. Aqua, sidewall, rips it, looking for the second, finds it. Fours is there for the save. Swish, third man, shot, top bids. It's just barely wide. The double's no good. That was their chance. 3 minutes into overtime, looking a lot like last series, or last game. Control touch for Whitlock. It's really awkward for Likewise. He does get a solid touch for burning all of his boost. barely able to hold on, and the Boxers really need to break out of their half right here, but likewise, Judge managed to secure the boost. Maybe a mistouch comes through. Forwards drop down pass yet again. How many times have we seen this play, and how many times has it been saved?
This defense coming from the Boxers. Forwards with the shot attempt. Tries to go low. A demo happens. Swish able to read it, though. I don't know how. Oatmeal Gobbler doesn't get a touch there. Aqua with a great demo. Counter attack from the Boxers here. 50 up. Forwards are going to send this one away. Aqua putting this into the corner for Likewise. Likewise not able to get that boost. Could make it awkward. Forwards with a shot. Backboard. Misses. Another miss coming out. Up to Swish. Swish gets 50. Likewise might go to read this. Gets a good touch on it. Backboard. Forwards lower on boost. Aqua able to read it. And then another absolute drainer. 4-minute overtime. The Baltimore Boxers respond, and the series is now tied 2-2.
Wow, this has been an absolute roller coaster of a game. So much defense. It really felt like whoever took, the sigh of relief first was going to lose right there, and they finally, Baltimore, get a fantastic chance on goal. Finally, the St. Louis Archers third man has no boost, can't get up to that backboard read, and although they were close is not going to cut it here, and Baltimore holding down the St. Louis Archers to an incredible degree. It has been how long since they've scored? Not only the rest of regulation of Game 3, the entirety of overtime of that Game 3, and now the entirety of the 9 minutes of this game. It has to be at least, I want to say 15 minutes since St. Louis have scored. It has been ridiculous. They have held them out, just bringing them out, and it's got to be suffocating for St. Louis, because normally you're the team just, able to find chances to score here, there, however, but right now it's Baltimore absorbing your blows and able to just take infinite offense and now transitioning into offense. I mean, this has been a fantastic series already. 2-2. I have no idea where this is going to go from here.
Yeah, cool. As I said earlier, I believe this Baltimore Boxers squad, the longer it goes, the more I favor them, and this is looking great for that take as of right now. Just the Archers kind of feeling like a Soldier Boy, just the Boxers taking their whole flow there. Likewise, sending this upfield. Whitlock gonna get a slow touch there, 50 across. Forrest hits it back. Likewise, sending it upfield. It's the only one able to pursue it, trying to get one more touch. Does. Whitlock gonna have none of that though. Switch up early. Forrest beats out Likewise for it. Tries to get a 50 upfield. Does. Aqua's there. Great demo coming out from Likewise. Aqua trying to take us towards the net, sending it across. A great save by whoever that was, and that looks like a very, very open net. Whitlock able to capitalize, and the second and third man, well, I don't know what on earth Swish was doing. Hopefully he lagged out again, because that was a horrible play by Swish if not.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Swish, but this has got to be a really big sigh of relief for St. Louis. I had just mentioned how they hadn't scored for about 15 minutes, and they already found themselves back on the clock here, but maybe another chance. I don't know what happened on the kickoff there for Baltimore, but something got messed up. A wonderful solo play, but who just saved that away? Was it Likewise or was it the teammate? I don't even know, but either way, it finds its way out of the net and into safety, and about a minute into this game, and St. Louis already turning the tides. Honestly, this game, I didn't want to call it or anything, obviously, but the tides have changed so drastically. I couldn't believe it, but already St. Louis finding a way to fight back. But another chance comes through here for Baltimore, able to, or St. Louis rather, are able to get back and defend that one. But I mean, that was almost turned bad here.
Yeah, it was. Four's up for going for the double. Not quite able to get Oatmeal Gobbler there. Denied by Aqua, sent upfield. Aqua not able to get a touch on that ball again. It's sent up high. Swishes there. Denies Whitlock's shot. Four sending this to the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler with a soft touch mid. Whitlock zooming in on that. See a lot of just absolute just bangs from this Archers team, and Fours beats two. And somehow that's not in the Boxers' net. Some offensive miscues, if you will. Whitlock trying to get a read. Swish sends it down. Oatmeal Gobbler gets possibly the softest touch that's ever been recorded. Swish sending this on net. Fours denying. Whitlock on the wall already, sending this upfield. Does not get a great touch. 50 to cross. Likewise gonna have the ball. Likewise trying to go for his peak. Not quite able to. Send to the corner. A whole lot of back and forth and a whole lot of boomer ball. Great demo coming out from Aqua and a great demo from Whitlock to deny it. That was an amazing play by Whitlock to deny the Boxers of a goal.
Stacking to the highest degree, does anything he can to keep that ball out, and this time a car comes in for collateral, man. Takes off. I don't know who that was. Swish in the midfield, I'm guessing, but my goodness, crazy defensive stop right there. Now Whitlock getting a chance here to go on the offensive front. That 50-50 does go high. And this touch from Swish, likewise, does have to clear out, but another shot comes through. That one, an absolute screamer, able to be held out by Aqua this time, and another shot comes rolling in. A little bit dangerous here. Swish is going to be able to get this one out temporarily, but temporarily is all it is. Comes screaming right back in, and off the sidewall. Forrest looking to just keep this ball in. Does go missing. She off this read as well, and both players stacking into this corner. Only one are going to be able to get that boost, and a little bit of miscommunication for rotations here for St. Louis, putting them in a very awkward situation. Now Four is left with nothing on the backboard. Two players taking 50s here. It's so unbelievably dangerous here. Looking for the double, but maybe hit a little bit too high. Whitlock, that's in his territory. He's able to get this ball out.
Swish on the ball with Aqua. Aqua gets an awkward touch. Swish gonna play this. Gets a reset. Not able to get that. I would actually use it. Aqua in the corner. A little awkward, able to beat Oatmeal Gobbler. Playing slow, able to get it past one. Whitlock denies. Swish and likewise both there. Likewise being hungry, stealing that ball from Swish. Little pancake on the ceiling. Swish gets 50. Aqua last back, having to play a smart ball here. Gets it past one. Not able to get the next touch on that. Swish 15 mid, likewise up quick, sends it to the sidewall. Swish is there, sends it down towards the net. Great demo from Whitlock again to deny offensive pressure from the Boxers. Aqua not able to touch that. Likewise, sending it upfield. Forrest is going to be there early, and this has to be saved. Swish able to. Aqua 50 in the corner. Aqua misses ball. And a few miscues from Boxers. 30 seconds left, still plenty of time. But you definitely would like to see the Boxers score here very soon.
Still very dangerous, and this might be their chance. Likewise, trying to turn on a dime, but unfortunately, it actually turns into an offensive chance for the St. Louis shooters, and almost finding the back of the net here, and no shot is found this time. And fortunately, their bows are misaligned, but another missed shot, and now looking off the sidewall here, Gobbler trying to get this one past, does, and all he really has to do is stall out time here on this orange end. Likewise, it's going to get maybe the last chance here. Aqua going low, pass to Swish. Swish does get it past the defender, but it's just barely off its mark. I think he had to get it around, but now, oh man, now St. Louis Archers fight back, and they are tenacious here. I mean, they find their way back and push far enough back to where Baltimore's actually came up empty this game, which is surprising. It seems like they really figured it out the last two games, but this time, this one ends before overtime. You know, last two games were overtime. Maybe, this all comes back to that slight misplay at the very beginning of the game. And you're going to look back on that and think, it is just one misplay between the difference, or it was the difference between overtime here. And as we've seen, Baltimore have been loving overtime, so who knows how that could have went if they got there, but and now St. Louis Archers find themselves on match point, and it is going to be tough for them to fight back.
Yeah, a sloppy game for both teams in all honesty. Seattle, obviously, not Seattle. St. Louis obviously coming out on top there. Only one save from the defensive masterminds. Baltimore only 3 shots. Definitely would have liked to see more opportunities there for Baltimore. If you want to win this series, you're not winning it on 3 shots. I promise you that. Played great in the midfield and just kept them in the orange half the whole game. This is match point for the series. Let's see what these guys have in store.
Players already ready to get right back in there. They don't want any time wasted, and already diving back in here. Our grand finals could be decided this game, but Baltimore Boxers are trying to force that game 7 here into the corner already. A little bit of offense pressure, but a little bit awkward here. Whitlock is going to get the cut here in rotation, and we find ourselves on Tokyo, and this is a beloved map for me, but looking for a sidewall. Oh my goodness, Oatmeal Gobbler almost peeking out of his mind right there, and turning around quickly here, and it's a bit awkward. Another demo comes through, another bump, but likewise shrugs that bump off and able to jerk this one out. Another demo comes through, and this one's already becoming a bloodbath.
Yeah, a whole lot of demos coming up here early. Fours in the corner, swishing this mid. Aqua up early, sends it into Whitlock's car. With an epic save coming from Whitlock, as he likes that. Likewise, with almost an amazing shot there. Aqua in the corner, gets 50'd, swish there. Gonna play it safe. But Likewise take this one, sends it across, gets bumped. I'm noticing a lot of great bumps coming out. Ooh, backboard, could be dangerous. Not quite able to. Swish puts it in the corner. Swish tapping it mid. Whitlock is there. Almost 2 saved insane corner doubles. We almost saw there, but not quite able to. Oatmeal Gobbler denied by Aqua. Whitlock and Force both up high. Swish taking us to the corner. Playing it safe. Gets the boost. Gets it past the 1. Oatmeal Gobbler up early. This is a strong, powerful touch. Likewise with a shot on net. Not quite able to get it. Whitlock with a great demo on Aqua, leaving him back in peril. Sends it over 1. Whitlock, the net stacker, almost became the net scorer. That would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been his peak, genuinely. But unfortunately, this time he's going to have to walk away without the goal, without the peak. And Oatmeal Gobbler trying to clear up the pieces here. Midfield pass comes through. Who's going to find the touch? It's a wonderful pass from Whitlock right back to Oatmeal. And oh my goodness, that's a highlight reel play. It really was deceiving here. And pre-flip pass? Are you kidding me? It couldn't have been more pixel perfect if he tried.
Yeah, great play there by Whitlock. Swish just in absolute, in hell right there in the middle of the field, not able to really read anything. Aqua 50 here on the sidewall. Sit down. Likewise up. Likewise trying to go for something here. Not quite able to get the touch. Force sending this upfield to... Oh, Swish disconnects at possibly the least opportune time possible. Aqua and Likewise going to play some great defense. Swish is now back. Quite unfortunate disconnect though. Aqua sending that field. Likewise with plenty of space. Not the most boost though. Oatmeal Gobbler able to read that play. Swish up quick. Swish in the upfield. Denied by Oatmeal Gobbler again. Oatmeal Gobbler has just been a menace in the midfield today. Just not letting the Boxers do anything they want. And almost an amazing shot from Force. Crossbar decides he's not going to get it. Whitlock trying to play this. Swish fast and beats him. Force sending it across. Likewise up early. Whitlock on the ball. Off the ceiling. Aqua able to get the touch. Force trying to send it back mid. Swish gets a great 50 on him. Likewise up. It's a touch on it. Not enough boost to really get anything going. It's 1 touch. 50 is Swish. Aqua up early. Sending it back into the corner. Oatmeal Gobbler just in the right place at the right time as always. Sending it upfield. Whitlock kind of in a position. Not able to do anything though. Aqua with the ball. Aqua gets 50'd up high. No one on blue up for it though. So Swish just gets a soft touch in the corner. Likewise sends it upfield. Using his boost there. Aqua sending that towards the net. Not in. And we've seen a lot of back and forth here the last few minutes. Likewise gets a 50, and just nothing really able to come out of this Baltimore Boxers offense so far in these last 2 games.
It's been really tough for them to push through, and one thing St. Louis have been doing is Whitlock's just running ahead forward, getting lots of demos, and they're not pushing the Baltimore Boxers when they're solo playing. They're just waiting for the heavy touch, and you'll see it again here, and eventually they double commit or hit the ball a little bit too hard, and not a single player on St. Louis is even going for the ball. Eventually, they're just waiting for the heavy touch till they get the free save, and they're absorbing the blows of Baltimore Boxers right now. It's really difficult for them to see it in the moment, but it is painfully obvious for us as spectators that they need to recognize that right now and take more control of the ball. And right now, they're going to get bled out as, they're down 1, and all St. Louis need to do is wait. All they need to do is let Baltimore throw everything they have at them and calmly intercept it. Forwards again in the corner, just taking his time and just having an excellent attack, and eventually they break down the defense enough to where it's a completely free net. And Whitlock, this is just a tap-in for him.
So as free as that's going to get. And this is looking quite perilous for the Boxers here. 40 seconds, it's not impossible, but their offense the last 2 games has looked abysmal. Not really able to get anything going. Swish dribbling towards his own net. 2 demos from Whitlock, and yeah, I mean, I don't even know what Swish was doing there.
Yeah, a desperate attempt. I don't know what he was planning, maybe trying to get it to a teammate, but unfortunately, the rest of his team got squad wiped and are still waiting the gulag. That is a little bit unfortunate, but Baltimore Boxers, this game is not technically over yet. Still 30 seconds left on the clock, but even if it is, I think they have fought very, very well today, and this is not a performance to be ashamed of, especially with Aqua subbing up. But still 20 seconds left on the clock. You don't want to give up quite yet. In fact, that one is going towards target, able to save it away. Switch looking to take a shot. 50-50 into the corner. They need to score right here, right now, before it will clear to the sidewall. That has to be game. GG's. St. Louis Archers are your Superstar Grand Champions.
They are.
Wow.
Aqua's going to the backboard. One more for the road. But yeah, I mean, the boys played great still, considering they had a sub for our second Sal, Aqua subbing in for Miller, taking it to 6 against this team who was looking pretty solid, because that's kind of how it worked last season in CSAs. This is your kind of top 4 teams in these in the first major are usually all going to be pretty good for the rest of the season. So taking a team who I believe should be number 1 now in Superstar to 6 without your second best player, with Aqua there, and taking a little bit to get adjusted, I do believe that is still a great outlook for the Boxers, who sit very comfortably above the rest of their division in Superstar.
Yeah, this is nothing to be ashamed of for the Baltimore Boxers. They're going to be leaving here, hopefully with their heads held high and with a nice second place finish. That is already just a fantastic jump up for points, and nothing to be mad at here for the Baltimore Boxers. But another congratulations for the St. Louis Archers. Find themselves with a win here in Superstar, leaving just 1 series left to be played here, Kitty.
Yeah, that is true. The 10 p.m. match. I will not be on the desk, but our beautiful precious baby boy Zomzoms will be. So shout out him. You'll be commentating this world-class finals. I will sadly be playing Battlefield 6. I know. But yeah, great series tonight from the guys, and I hope CSA enjoys a world-class Major 1 Grand Finals.
Perfect, and honestly, I could not have asked for anything more in that series. Fantastic. Baltimore Boxers, despite having the sub, brought this all the way to 6, and you're looking forward to a little bit more of that. We got nothing but an absolutely fantastic series of world class coming your way. The highest level of Rocket League not only can we provide, but honestly the world. This is world class players, as the name says, and you'll be able to get a little bit more of that shortly, right after our break. Thank you.
Dropping that shit on the headlight. that shit on the headlight.
Alrighty, we ready?
Yep, go.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. CSA, we're live. Sorry about that. We're having some slight technical difficulties, but we're working through them as best we can, and we're getting back to some more fantastic Rocket League option, or just some games for you here, and we got World Class left for us. The last match of the night here to go through, and this can be nothing but an absolute banger. As you can see here, we got the finalists who worked their way through. No easy opponents, San Antonio found their way through. St. Louis Archers had to go through 6 games to get to the finals here, and Savannah had it no easier as they had to win in 7 in the semifinals up against the Atlanta Aces. But now, here in the finals, ready to settle it all for our Major 1 world-class champions. And as we get our show in a row, let me get my cat out of here. We got the players ready in the lobby, and I think we're ready to rock and roll and get out here on the pitch here. Joined here temporarily by Nuki. AK is finishing up the Novice series. I think they're in Game 7 right now, so don't forget to, if you can, pull up both series at the same time. But without further ado, we are going to be hopping straight into World Class here, and we can do a quick prediction if you would like, Nuki.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% down. We could do a quick prediction. I mean, here's the thing. I'm coming from previous San Antonio was the season that, season 1 San Antonio. I'm coming into season 2 now with Savannah. So, it's been with both of these franchises. Of course, I'm the AGM for Savannah, and I'm going to have to just be a little bit biased. Savannah's looking really good. They might have had a forfeit win to push themselves through the semis, but they proved their worth in semis to be here. So, obviously they're worth it. That's what I'm going for.
I would hate to say I can't disagree with you, but unfortunately, I am going to have to disagree with you. I'm going to go with San Antonio Stallions here. I think TakeOver's franchise has got this one in the bag. They are looking like demons. I think they had the harder bracket to work through, and they're here to finish the deal here in the finals, in my opinion. I think it's going either 6 or the distance. 6-7, my bad. That is absolutely on me. I had to say it one way or the other, but I do think this could definitely go the difference. 6 or 7 games. This is going to be this should be an absolutely fantastic match to finish the night out with. Let's get the players in the lobby if you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Let's get them underway. I know they're excited. They've worked their way through this. It gives them a little bit of an advantage going into the finals of the actual season. And so I know that they are gunning ready, willing to hit that field and play their hearts out. It's going to be San Antonio. I put them on the wrong side. Quick switch. It's gonna be a good match. Let's just say it's gonna be a good matchup, Zoms. I'm a little tongue-tied here as things keep breaking on me.
Hear that? This night will only get more stressful as these two teams clash against each other, and this will surely turn out to be a fantastic series, as this is the highest level of Rocket League we can display here at CSA, and it is world-class level, as we keep saying and mentioning. And these names are, these are very recognizable people at the pro scene and the bubble scene, and this very high-level Rocket League, and that will be a fantastic way to start things off. And I want to say it's come flooding in. Hesse gets on the board early.
Looks like San Antonio is going to take the first stab. Hesse with a bump. What a play. That was honestly a really good goal. Already coming out swinging, and it shows that they're here to play and they're not messing around whatsoever. 50 takes it into the hands of Og, going to take it to the ceiling, puts Eris back on defense. Og looking for the double, tries to pinch it. It does stall across the top of the board, heads out to Kazi. It's cleared out again. Crab has an opportunity. It's still floating in front of the net. Sketch, nice clear out of the way. Og was coming in hot for that one. Both teams already playing pretty good as San Antonio's up already. Savannah's not letting them get too much of a lead. They're playing pretty aggressive still. It's a pretty good matchup, pretty good game so far, Zones.
Yeah, looking to continue and break the mold. August trying to get that goal back, and now we're running across the box for a demo. Can't find anything except for the air. Good force challenge, and Hesse's going to have to take control here. Does get past Crab, but August already in the wings, diving on this ball, and Eris tries his best to control it, but actually he kind of gets a mini psycho out right there, and Crab will advance the play. Maybe a chance to pass. It's going up the ceiling. Maybe a shot comes through. Hesse, great read. Double tap. Oh my goodness, so many touches, and that shot's just off the bar into the corner. Another press. Kazi tried his best to 50 this one center, but it finds its way out. Sketch can't get the sidewall, and Og will happily take this ball into his hands, but missed the boost. Eris is able to collect that and now transition into an offensive chance. That ball back pass into another play. Another touch back down pass. Kazi looking for the top right corner, but it's barely missed and cleared away.
Looks like the clear going to send it downfield. An open opportunity. Kazi, nice clear out to a nice save to the corner. Gets the flipper set, gets it over one. Crab looking for the bump, and Hesse just enough time to get out of the way and recover. Sends it into the hands of Sketch, who clears it downfield. Og with possession. Eris sends it to the corner. It's out to Crab. Crab to the sidewall. Kazi going to take it off the sidewall and follows with it. Bumps out Hesse, but Eris is going to be the one to intercept it. Tries for the redirect off the sidewall. That was going to be disgusting. San Antonio definitely showing all their worth, pulling out every trick in the book that they have, every card up their sleeve, and, you know, proving their worth on the field. Eris is definitely doing so, taking it off the sidewall, trying to follow up with Hesse. Hesse sends it to the backboard, and Sketch gonna get that back pass off the backboard. All three players from San Antonio were the reason that play happened. Eris gets with it, Hesse to the backboard, out to Sketch. Good play coming from San Antonio, putting themselves up 2-0 in game one.
Yeah, San Antonio are here to just really damage Savannah as much as they can here in this game one, really piling on the pressure. But I mean, I say piling on the pressure, but they've only had 3 shots this game, and you find the back of the goal twice. Savannah are the really ones that have had all the pressure, but keep coming up short. In fact, another chance comes through, and Savannah make it just really awkward on themselves in the defensive end. And so far, San Antonio are looking like, you know, the lead horse here coming out here, and it's going to be tough for Savannah to fight back here in game one. Down 3 goals, 2 minutes left on the clock here. Still definitely winnable, but you're going to have to start, you know, taking some shots pretty soon, and not just any shots. I mean, right now they got 7 on the board, but some that find the back of the net and are dangerous enough to really put at least the Savannah fan or the San Antonio on some ice.
The Savannah is definitely, they're working together, but San Antonio has just got something else working for them. And it could be the fact that with 3 goals happening so early, 4th goal happening so quick after the 3rd, you can kind of tell Savannah is feeling a little rocky, especially after goals happening so back-to-back quickly. Not enough time to really gather your foothold for a second and think about what's happening. And San Antonio is trying to make plays. It was Og to Eris to Sketch to Hesse. Just their pass plays are really what's giving them opportunities. Crab trying to get there. Hesse takes him out and lets Eris take an opportunity to take possession. Sends it out into the corner. Still with it. It gets a flipper set. It's over 1. It comes down. Eris with no boost. Still trying to take with it. And Hesse comes in. Tries to give him a hand. Shut down by Crab. At this point, Savannah has to do something early, or not early now, in order to stay alive here in game one. If not, they're just going to have to shake it off. Try not to let them get it. Try not to let game one affect how they play in game two.
Yeah, looking to continue on here, and really Savannah right now, like you said, just want to stop the bleeding. They really want to do what they can just to get into the next game as unscathed as they can, and you know, really figure out a plan. That's a nice pinch out, and Kazi will try to find his way to the backboard, and it's a bit difficult as Eris, you know, just sitting there with the bulletproof vest, able to stop any shot that they take. Another midfield pass comes through, Sketch to Eris. Eris is shut down by Kazi, but Hesse waiting as third man, able to now just take so much time, double reset, gets pop over 1, and that just stalled so much time for, despite the San Antonio seemed to really commit hard on offense, it just stalled infinite time for them to get back, get boosted, and get ready to get back on the attack. And now another really terrifying opportunity, which Sketch takes full advantage of. And that was, I don't know if it was Eris or whoever who just ran ahead of the play and just bulldozed. Nope, it wasn't. It was Hesse. All 3 players really getting involved in the play here, just tackling Og in goal to make it 5. Man, this is absolutely suffocating for Savannah.
Yeah, San Antonio is not letting Savannah have any room to breathe and is already pretty much proving their ground and worth here in game 1. And it's a best of 7, so they'd have to win 4 in a row, and game 1 already kind of, you know, offsetting Savannah's mentality a bit is going to be an effect that goes into the rest of the games that could give San Antonio an upper hand. But Savannah, it just depends on how they handle game 1, if they're going to take it and just, you know, really let that affect how they go into the next games, or if they're going to shake it off, go into it fresh-minded, and just try something new, do something different. We'll have to see how that effect happens.
Yeah, I mean, San Antonio, it did not seem like they were stopping anytime soon. All three players really leading the charge here. Aris got a playmaker and a savior, while Hesse got 2 goals, assists, 2 saves. I mean, the stats here are ridiculous. We're not even talking about Sketch, who somehow with a hat trick found himself on the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, this is a 3-player menacing squad that are all just going at all cylinders right now, and this is going to be really tough for Savannah to stop right now. From my perspective, I don't know what they have to adapt to change the outcome of this, but this was a one-sided beatdown. I do believe in Savannah, the players on their end are unbelievably capable players in all of their own rights, so we're just going to have to wait to see in Game 2 to see how they adapt and transition into the next game. AK has finally found his way into the booth here. Welcome in, AK. Pleasure to capture you as well.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Thanks for letting me on. AK gonna take over for me. Have a good night, guys. I'm gonna finish off producing.
Oh, hello, Zombs. How you doing, buddy? Long time.
Fantastic, and everyone spam some Nuki or W Nukis in the chat for our boy. But you know, without further ado, you're not gonna get any breathing room, AK. I know you just witnessed Novice and that grand finals run. I don't know exactly how it ended up. I just saw it was Game 7, so you'll have to tell me all about it later. But right now, we have to look at the present here. Game 2 of World Class. Game 1 was a complete blowout for San Antonio. They just kind of had their way with Savannah, and they didn't really... They couldn't fight back. I mean, the bleeding never stopped all series long, and going into Game 2 here, they need a response, a goal, anything, any spark. And maybe this is it. Kazi off the mark just a little bit, and Og trying to press quickly, but right back in defense, it seems like Savannah, or sorry, San Antonio are more than capable to turtle up or turtle and buckle down on defense just as much as when they get rolling on offense. I mean, last game, I think it was 7 shots to 1 for Savannah before San Antonio really started clicking, but I mean, already on offense, and they have already found the back of the net once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to catching up, but already I'm seeing some high-flying action. I mean, that Novice World Class, like, oh, sorry, holy. As you can tell, Zombs, I just came off the back of 2 best-of-7s, all the way into Game 7, one of them being Game 7 overtime. So my thoughts are scrambled. I will catch up as Hezzy will just double the lead of the Stallions here. I mean, just take a straight-up kickoff goal. Beautiful beat. Og not able to do much about it. The cheater just got beat out. But I mean, catch me up a little bit. How is the series going? How are the San Antonio Stallions, a brand new team? I mean, they look like they dominate. You know, the first game was like, did Savannah even score? Yeah,
it was 5-0.
Yeah.
San Antonio, not just offensively, defensively, they're looking unbelievable. In fact, the first, I'd say about minute and a half, it was all Savannah pressure. But it was, like I said, I think it was seven shots, and they didn't find the back of the net a single time. I was like going to mention, like, oh, Savannah, although, you know, haven't found the back of the net yet, they have a ton of pressure, but San Antonio holding on for dear life, and when they get their chances, they are taking them. And I mean, that is a core example of this game where he's shooting 2 for 2. And Aris, so far this series, last game, they had 3 assists. This game already 2. They're looking to get 2 playmakers already. I mean, what is that? I mean, that is ridiculous. Aris trying to reach up Sketch, and they are just overflowing with confidence at this point. And now Savannah, they got to be getting desperate. You know, they've gone far too long in Game 1 without getting a goal, especially with how much pressure they had. But this game is a completely different story. They don't even have a shot yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want to see if you're a demo, if it was Savannah Phantoms. I mean, this team, a team that's, I mean, they've been together all season long. I mean, the chem is not something they're missing. I know TakeOver has built this San Antonio team from scratch, completely revamped it. The people on that team also all know each other, they're friends, they've played with each other before, so no lack of chem on either side. Unfortunately, so far, it just seemed like the pressure, the goals, literally everything is going the way of the San Antonio Stallions. Maybe this will give the Savannah Phantoms their first goal. No, Hezzy equal to that. Doesn't need the boost. Crab will take it away from his own teammate. Over 1. Og to the backboard, going for the double, gets it. But there is a player on the backboard, always coverage. And the defense is so layered already, I can tell, being here for less than a minute. Hezzy just tosses that out. Crab starts to the middle back passing play, but Sketches just has infinite boost in net, so much time. And it just seems like the attack just dies out every single time because it's just one boom to the offense, immediately goes right back. And the Stallions just look like they have so much control.
The shot comes through, another redirect. Oh my goodness, it looked like a hopeless play, but all of a sudden a redirect makes that crazy spark, and a double commit comes through, but a nice shot towards the top bits. Hesse has the clear. And oh my goodness, it's over out to Eris as well, and that's one thing that really separates these world-class players is every touch is it's not just one-dimensional thinking. That's a clear and a pass in one perfectly. And now look at this, looking to get that one over to Sketch, who's free jumping, but this time is shut down. Good defense for Savannah temporarily, but it's just how long can you hold on? Another goal finds its way to the back of the Savannah net. Now it's 9-0 total in this series. This is just out of hand. What can Savannah do to turn this around? This is getting more and more desperate as the series goes on, and I don't see any clear answers for Savannah. I really don't know. Maybe finally a chance on net, but it's also saved away off the kickoff.
Fake kickoff and then like a pinch almost into the other end. I don't want to use the word trolling, but the Stallions just look like they're just so confident right now. They're just having fun, just pre-jumping each other constantly, and the goal is there. Savannah Phantoms won't get perfect sweeps. They won't be shut out forever. They have their first goal. Will that be the beginning of the opening of the floodgates?
I would love to see that. You know, the most thing I would, or the one thing I want to see most is a competitive series, and so far I don't think I can confidently say that's what we've had. I think Savannah have a lot of room that they, they haven't spread their legs quite yet, and I think they definitely can. I think they're definitely able to stretch and really, spread their wings, but, they have a lot of time here, looking to continue on as they transition maybe into an offensive play here. Crab going off the ceiling, bringing this one over, but Hesse playing the high, able to 50 this one down into the corner. Og is there, but with absolutely no boost to his name. He gets shut down almost immediately. Another midfield pass comes through. Eris gets one touch over, and another slight double commit comes through for Savannah. And although this ball is cleared away over to the San Antonio half, it is just in complete control. And what is going on? They just, I think you said, I don't want to say trolling. No, they definitely are trolling. Right? Look at them. They're pre-jumping each other, but it's still working. They're so confident. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I would even react if I was Savannah here. Like, I mean, this team is literally pre-jumping each other cross-map this entire game, and it still feels like they're more likely to score than you every single play that goes. The amount of confidence you have to have in your own skill to do this to a team of this caliber, because Savannah no slouches. I mean, they're the best team in the East, the division that's pretty damn strong in its own right, and they're just getting manhandled right now. I mean, the Savannah do get their first goal on the board. Will they take a timeout? Do they know they have a timeout? And maybe just mental reset, figure out something playstyle wise. Like, because this just can't continue. This is bordering on embarrassing.
I would say it already is a little bit. I mean, they did get one on the board. Was it the most earned goal in the world? Maybe not, but you need to take any spark you can to get this fire roaring, because it is looking very dangerous. I think you just got to take that and run with it at this point and hope it turns into something. Just get some confidence, get anything, because right now it really does look like San Antonio are Sunday driving to a Major 1 championship, and I do think Savannah need to step up in a big way right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other words. They have to step up. They have to. I mean, if you go down 3, playing like having San Antonio play the way they are, you have no chance. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Usually, every team has a chance. Oh my God, you can always get reverse swept. I mean, it's just impossible. They're so confident. They're so good individually, each of them. You have to get something on the board here and to restart your offense, restart your hope, if you will, because right now it just seems like you have not. And you said the one goal they have, not the most earned, but they got it. They got it. That's all that matters. They got the ball in the net. As we head into game 3 here, will we be? I do get excited about it. Will we be staring down the barrel of a sweet? We'll be back. Maybe the Savannah Phantoms taking the tactical reset. We needed it.
I don't know exactly what happened there, but the players are ready to get going here. I know the stream is not quite in here yet, but the players refuse to wait. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll try to give you a clear explanation of what's happening. Lobby reset, just rejoin when you can, Nuki, but they are getting going. I'll try my best to commentate on exactly what is going on. I think this comes through off the kickoff. Sketches might get a kickoff goal, but he actually shoots wide. Can't believe it. I thought they were going to have another chance. San Antonio almost getting another kickoff goal to lead things off. Oh, trying to press things on the offensive front this time, but Sketch is actually following close after. 50-50 comes through. It's launched over to the sidewall. Hesse chasing after. Now actually getting a fantastic reset play, but it's hit over to the corner. Kazi holding on stoically, and that defense is exactly what maybe Savannah had been lacking in this whole series long. Now into the orange corner, they're trying their best to press through. Og, nice chance here, but Aris calmly just airs this one out. Kazi, nice interception. Sketch up early, but Crab already all over it, able to bang this one out. Hesse rips the ball down the field, all the way over to Aris. Aris drops down pass to Hesse. Hesse air dribbling it up slowly. Flip reset, miss just the top corner. Squishy save comes through, but it's actually the second man who has the save clear to the corner. My goodness, it is non-stop pressure here in this corner. Sketch is trying his best to center this ball, but a starved Kazi is able to clear it out temporarily. Aris, big shot, rips it towards center. Aris, or Og, mind you, rips that one across the entire length of the field, giving Savannah a little bit of space to breathe. Minute down in this game, and Savannah are having their best game yet so far. Another 50-50 comes through. Og rips one towards the backboard. Awkward read for Sketch, but he does well. Trying to get this one past. Still very dicey here. Rips this one out. Crab keeps it interesting, but Aris just chips it over, makes it look really simple. Another pop for Aris, just bangs this one down, keeping this one in contention, and I see that Nuki has found his way back in the lobby here. I don't know what happened there. I'm so sorry, stream, for the delays, but just in time as Og finds the back of the net, and the first lead for the Savannah Phantoms in this goal was nothing but earned on their own.
Pretty much a triple commit on the goal line from the San Antonio Stallions. That confidence coming back to haunt them, but it was perfectly timed. As soon as Nuki is back, the goal is in. I don't know if the stream caught that, but that was prophetic timing, if you will. Sketch puts it forward for Hezi into the corner. Og cuts it out. Sketch puts it back down mid. Kazi is a boom on net. Aris should have, does to his own corner. A demo on the goal line. Crab takes it over one, under one. Has the pinch on shot. Hezi has it covered. As the Phantoms are looking for more demos this series. Pop shot over one. Aris looking for the shot, doesn't get it. Shut down by Crab. Sketch back last, full boost in the corner. Also take his time going towards his own net. I don't know what the plan is, but he has full control. Kazi challenges him into the corner. That bounce mid. Aris is touched high. Will be challenged. Beats out two. A double commit from the Savannah Phantoms. This is in the back corner. Kazi last back. His touch good enough to stall time. Aris now last back on his own, going for the cycle attempt. Does not get it. Does Kazi have the shot? Puts it on net. Sketch has it. Aris takes it away from him. Instead, has he low boost in the back corner. A rule one perhaps? Nope, it's broken. I don't know who broke that, but Krabs is touched back down the middle and Og scores. And the Savannah Phantoms double their lead.
Wow, yeah, faster than that Rule 1 broke was another break in offense here. A great midfield pass coming through. Og diving in, ripping that one to the back of the net. Fantastic pass from Crab. Exactly what the Savannah Phantoms team needed. And this is the response Demo was praying for. It looked completely hopeless, but as these are world-class players, like we say over and over again. They can switch it on in a heartbeat, and they have done just that. Another shot comes ripping in, but a great save. That ball is really dangerous, and in fact, so dangerous that Aris will take his opportunity and rip that to the back of the net. Og, not the clear maybe he was looking for, and Kazi gets up but dunked. Fantastic way to respond for San Antonio to put them right back into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're two goals up. You just consider one. That's fine. You still have more. You've done more in this game than you've had all series long. You have more demos. You have more pressure. You have more attacks, and you might just get one freebie. I don't know what the defense is doing there. Rakazi does not care. Straight off the kickoff, they get the double 2-goal lead immediately right back. Sketch opting to go for the boost. Aris in the back corner getting the other boost. Nobody covering the net, and Kazi says thank you very much.
Yeah, and was basically running off fumes right there. Absolutely no boost to his name, but rips that one top bins, and if given the chance, he will strike with precision, as we've just seen. Another demo comes through, but actually puts him in a decent position. Ceiling pitch comes through, bouncing all the way across the map, just barely off target this time, and Kazi coming, diving in, looking for maybe a bump on that last man. Awkward position. Hesse as last back, tries diving onto that shot, but just can't cover the distance quick enough, and that shot rockets into the bottom right corner.
Stallions are the ones that look just nervous and awkward on defense. It's completely missing half the balls they're going for. Demo's prayers looking like they're coming true. Maybe the start of something. As interesting plays off the kickoff. As you said, Sobs, these are world-class players. The things they do, I am not worthy enough to understand. But the Savannah Phantoms on the offense, has he take it to the sidewall to himself. Does get a touchdown mid. Has he's all there. Eris to Sketch. Pinch middle. Has he shot mid. Og free ball. Alleviates all the pressure. Kazi cuts it out. We have an opportunity here. Og's touch, not the greatest, but he almost gets the bump. Crab, last back, has to be careful. Go missing there. Kazi last back, 0 boost. And all of a sudden, when the Savannah Phantoms are on offense, they look really, really dangerous. I don't know what changed between game 2 and now, but clearly they have more, and the Stallions are the ones who need to wake up and take over. Probably watching this nervous. The dog goes up high. Minute left, 3-goal lead. Almost gets that touch. Kazi playing it slow. Kind of baiting Crab, who takes the bait, but he does get the ball. Still has boost. Wasting so much time in this blue corner. Kazi's touch also taking time off the clock. The ball just not going anywhere, and you do not want to see this if you're a Stallions fan. But that dunk may be exactly what you need. A Sketch almost gets the spot. Eris ready to follow it up, as that was almost a clip from Sketch. Doesn't matter. Stallions get the goal. 2-goal lead for the Phantoms. 30 seconds left. Anything is possible.
No, I'm amazed at the touch, but I'm even more amazed how that didn't find its way in. I would be a little bit mad if I was him, but it does find its way back then eventually, but that extra second could be valuable. We won't know until we find out here. Og is wasting as much time as he can with an air dribble all the way down. Eris just rips this one to the backboard, making it awkward. In fact, he's chasing after a bump now. Awkward position. Crab is able to get back to this ball and put this back to safety. Now flying up to the ceiling, looking for the must-deep flick. Oh my goodness, too much power. You might break the backboard. We don't got insurance on that thing. Watch out. Og just wasting enough time, and that is not only a beautiful dunk, but it finds its way off the ceiling and into the back of the net. 3 goals, and Savannah have walked away here with game 3.
I mean, the Phantoms have found their offense, and we have a series. We have a series. They have life. They have a heartbeat. I don't know if Demo's praying about that out of them, or they were just waiting to lose 2 to wake up just for the content. 5 goals, maybe a 6th here. No. Game 3 will go to the Phantoms, and series is now within reach. Just one more game, and all of a sudden it's a best of 3. So to keep doing whatever you were doing, Og, that 800-point performance, carry it the hell on. Both teams pretty much even shots across the boards. It just seems like the San Antonio defense just took a step back. The offensive pressure took a massive step back, and they just had nothing.
Yeah, Savannah could not have asked for a better response right here, and pressure was immaculate. That's one thing they were lacking last game, and all their chances were just, really fizzling out. The candle flame just kept flickering out like nothing. Like in this game, they did really great to weather the storm and hold on over and over and over again, keeping those chances alive again and again. And San Antonio are now going to have to respond a little bit here, as Savannah are not killing over easily. And came into this match, and I would say San Antonio were definitely the favorites here. The dark horse, Savannah, are coming away here with a really solid win. If they can replicate this again and again, honestly, they have better odds than I ever would have thought. Coming into this series, I don't know exactly what placement they were in coming into the major, but I don't think it was very high. I mean, just on the east side of the bracket, I'm pretty sure they were 7th. Now in the finals, got themselves a fantastic win over one of the best teams right now. I mean, they are proving everyone wrong.
Yeah, they are, and hopefully last game wasn't a blip. It wasn't San Antonio taking a step back, but it was Savannah taking a step forward. Probably was a bit of both, but hopefully the step forward for the Phantoms was bigger than the step back for the Stallions. And if the Stallions show up, hopefully the Savannah Phantoms don't cave back like they did in game 1 and 2. As Eris trying to get some momentum back for the Stallions, that they definitely have lost. There's the challenge. Hezzy on the backboard. Hezzy's touch good. Almost gets the pass across. Eris cuts it out. Sketch to the corner to himself. This might just be open. Crab cuts it out. The Phantoms already look more dangerous than they did in all of game 3. Just saying something. A Sketch. Beautiful touch to the corner. Is there a shot? No, that might just be open. Kazi takes a touch instead. Eris, low boost, just pops it out down mid. Hezi gets the dunk out. Sketch will have it. As both teams just going a little bit of back and forth. Both teams trying to get strong footed. They know this is the crunch game. You don't want to go three down if you're the Phantoms, and you definitely do not want to lose 2 straight if you're the Stallions. Both teams definitely want this game. As that challenge from Pratt, good. Sketch awkward, but he does have beautiful control. Takes it over 2, including his own teammate. Kazi gets beat out, and that's just open. And at this level, Toms, Kazi has to get something on this wall.
Yeah, I completely agree, but it really seemed like Eris just outplayed the entire lobby. I didn't even think they were playing for their own team at that point. They genuinely looked like they just went in 1v1, including their teammate. But that was pretty ridiculous. Just took the ball from one end all the way down to the other and outplayed everyone and eventually found the back of the net. That's a pretty tough bounce to work with for Kazi, but still make do. Nice little drop-down pass. In fact, it's a fantastic team play, but despite all that, Eris finds their way back home, and an excellent passing play yet again finds their way through, and although another way to keep this ball in is not going to be enough, and Sketch gets a fantastic clear shot. What a save! Keeps that ball out somehow, some way, and my goodness, I thought that was going to be a turnaround out there, but Savannah Phantoms hold on.
We have a series now as both teams showing their offensive prowess. Hezi one-on-one with Kazi. Does he have enough control to do something about this? No, Kazi has that. Sketch. Big control in the air. Will get met by Crab. Does get a beat out. Has the reset. No more control. Og able to get it away. That touch not the greatest. Eris is not the greatest either, but it acts as a pass. Maybe no. Has the option not to go. Kazi's touch forward to Og. Back down middle to Kazi. No. And now the Stallions come. Both teams almost taking turns. Sketch, beautiful touch, no boost, but gets the dunk out. Eris' touch to the back corner keeps the pressure. So their team is resetting to get boost. Hezi, the only one with boost, keeps the pressure on the offense. Eris still staying, does not need boost. He knows the pressure is more important. Sketch staying on this ball. Decent touch. Hezi should have a pop touch. Leaves it for Eris, but that just makes him awkward enough. Puts the San Antonio Stallions back on defense, but as I said that, it's almost as if I lied. It says Eris almost gets that grab now. Will he get demoed back here? No, gets it past that wide. Oh, can't make it. Eris able to cover that. Has guilt edge opportunities both sides off. It's just a nice edge here.
Man, just no room for breathing, really. It's like one mistake and it seems like it's almost guaranteed to be a goal, but somehow defying odds yet again and again. Eris holding on here and really being a standout player for me right now. Hezi a little bit backwards here, able to get this ball out, but he's demoed for their trouble. Sketch trying to work their way back around this ball. Eris, nice touch over. It's going to be a bit awkward. Hezi just rips this one towards the backboard. So unbelievably dangerous. In fact, Kazi landing on this ball and getting a nice chip shot towards goal. And now Kazi looking for maybe a dunk towards goal and does just barely go wide. This is for the equalizer. Savannah needs something quickly. Only about, 70 seconds left on the clock, and they need a goal. They need one right now. Og is trying to force through the corner, but Eris is huge, able to hold on. Massive 50-50, and now a clear for Sketch. Crab rips it all the way back in, but it just finds its way to another dead end. Eris already back on that back wall with no boost and still holds it down. Another 50-50 comes through. Another fake. Oh my goodness, shot to the top bench, but somehow Eris yet again perfectly reading that play. So dangerous, a time and time again for the San Antonio squad, but somehow holding on.
That the balls on that play, just facing on your own goal line. Just take that. Stallions look confident again, but the sit right advantage, just pushing as hard as they can. Gotta be careful not to over push. Here is that open for Eris. It is. I mean, you gotta push for a goal with 30 seconds left, but that's just unfortunate. That is gonna happen if you don't get that touch. Kazi not able to get it back. Eris just a free goal. 30 seconds definitely still possible, but now it's looking more unlikely, and it's looking like the San Antonio Stallions will be taking this. We'll be taking this 3-game lead. One more maybe perhaps, unless something miraculous can happen on a couple kickoffs here.
Yeah, 3-1 is nothing you want to look down the barrel of. It is, being on match point is just a horrific, tell, and this series might be over before we even really get started. Maybe a chance here, but Eris, the last bit of life, is absolutely stomped out. Unless this ball goes straight into the net, which is just completely impossible from this angle. Wow. San Antonio have put themselves in a fantastic spot to go on and win Major 1. All they need is one more game. Triple match points.
I mean, I just watched the novice Atlanta Aces team that is pretty much brand new, formed right before the major, make it to the grand finals. They lost in Game 7 overtime. This San Antonio Stallions team looking to do one better. Also, a brand new team formed a couple weeks ago at the latest. I don't even think did they play as even like a regular season week together? I'm unsure.
No, they did not.
Yeah,
these were players I was looking at, in fact, when I was rebuilding my roster, and it is, a little bit frustrating to see that they go on and I have a really good chance of winning the major now. But listen, I'm not going to complain. Fantastic stuff here. I mean, if you put just unbelievably ridiculous players together, it doesn't really matter how much synergy they have. They just play high-level Rocket League so often that they will fit together like puzzle pieces more often than not. And somehow, San Antonio have found just the perfect puzzle pieces, and they are here to play Eris, dropping almost 700 points yet again. Just looking like an absolute demon. Before the series, they were all about passing, tons of assists. This game takes it into his own hands, finding the back of the net twice and securing this game. Looking to close it out here, though. We still got one more game at the very least. The closeout is typically what we say is the toughest game. So, do they have that ice? Does San Antonio have the ice to close this game out? Let's find out here. Only time will tell as we hop into, I think this is game number 5. So let's hop in and see. Let's see if Savannah can fight back. Let's see if they have resilience. It's going to be tough, but if any team can do it, it's going to be the one that, met them in the finals. So let's see what the San Antonio or Savannah Phantoms are made of.
I hope they can prove me wrong, because the 3 games the Stallions won, the Phantoms scored a grand total of 1 goal. So when I don't want to say when they're locked in, the Stallions just seem completely unbeatable. And they conceded 5 goals in that one game that they lost. So I mean, just based on sample size, we have to call that an anomaly, and we have to call almost an insane defense the norm. As Hezi, look at this to the back, we're going for the double. We'll get cut out by Dog. Eris just booms it high, low boost, lets his teammates chase. Kazi looking to get something back, Sketch cuts it out. Look for a mid pass, please jump from both players. Able to get a shot, net! Oh! And Hezi unable to get it, unfortunately just one goal, so he had to attempt the save. And a rip from Kazi finds the net to give the Phantom the leader.
It's an unfortunate own goal, but if you see a rocket launcher just zooming top left, you gotta at least try to put a hand up, and a hand was put up. Unfortunately, it finds its way to the back of the net because of it, but it's tough not to maybe panic right there in that situation. It's only 1 goal. Savannah, we have seen score, or sorry, San Antonio, we have seen score unbelievable amount of times in these games, so 1 goal should be nothing to fear. They just gonna take control, like you said, and get their rhythm moving, and they will hopefully find their way back into this game. But another shot comes through, and Sketch already trying to set the pace of the rest of this game. Another shot comes through, saved away by Og. Eris securing that hunter boost in the corner, looking to take control here in the sky. One man free jumping amidst Crab, but he covers the high and the low. Kazi is easily able to dissolve that play, and slight mistouch here. San Antonio are going to be pushed into the back foot, or onto their back foot, and it's so awkward, but somehow everyone just has full boost and is easily able to dissolve what looked like a really awkward situation.
Yeah, I wonder what these guys are doing, but for now I just got to sit here and admire it. As Og will rip a 1 on net. Sketch's touch will get pre-jumped by Hezi, who might have the shot now. As that doing, Sketch will have time to go back, looking for the pinch, cut out immediately by Crab, knowing exactly what he's going for. Kazi alone on defense. That pop touch as he's playing it slow. Sketch with the pop shot on net and a bump on the goalie, I believe. And Sketch shot on the top left corner.
Yeah, that is just, that's his prime. That's a fantastic shot, and that is the equalizer, and maybe not what Savannah wanted to concede, but unfortunately, you didn't have much option as that ball rockets to the top of your net, and you're gonna have to find that goal back halfway through this game. But off the kickoff, this can't be where you concede. I feel like San Antonio's kickoffs have been one step above this entire series long, and it has costed them quite a few times. San Antonio, that is, or Savannah, that is, it's costed them, but Hezzy looking to make a crazy read off the corner. Can't quite get that shot. Another one comes through. Kazi gets up early. It's up to the backboard. Crab awkward read, but does very well. Sketch now looking for the sidewall. Can't get the shot this time. Aris still just putting on the pressure, but now back pass comes through and taking their time. San Antonio have so much of it. Outplay comes through. One more fantastic flick to Sketch. Sketch, maybe a heavy touch. Aris doing so much work right there, but unfortunately, the play will come up empty-handed.
Yeah, and if you're a Phantom fan, you're pleased with how it's going. You're not 3 full goals down. You're still in the series with 1 goal. All you need in minute 50. Your defense has been looking pretty solid. As he takes control in his back corner, going for the back, Kazi cuts it out. And looking at almost in the corner, will give Sketch a lot of time and space. Beautiful cutoff by Og. The San Antonio Stallions offense is heating up again. What the hell is this free joke? I just had to stop speaking for a moment, Zomz. Errors to the backboard. Kazi and Crab will double commit. Maybe a shot here for Kazi. No, a demo on the back line. And a dunk. Sketch is moving right now. He's locked in. Beautiful save by Kazi. I don't know how he got that. As Eris will bring it back on the offense, and the Stallions trying to push this goal through. Sketch will take control. Is anyone up? One up. Beautiful cutoff and float by Kazi, and Crab saying, I can mechanic too, but he had to get the dunk out on Eris. Top bins. And the Phantoms have the lead back.
Fantastic control touch here from Crab, gets the flip reset, and unfortunately, he's not even the one to put it in. It's actually Aris who rips it to the top left corner. Of course, you have to respect the play. At this level, you have to assume they're getting a perfect pop reset to the top bin, so you can't blame Aris for getting that last touch there, but unfortunately, it still finds its way to the back of their own net. Now Aris showing you how it's done. That's how you get a pop reset, and unfortunately, it doesn't lead to anything, and Crab will take his time here on the back ball. Crab, or actually letting Og intercept the play. It's going to be a free chance here. Just rip one towards target. Aris, easy clear for him, and Hesse just rips that ball down over to the corner. Looking to take control here. Maybe a second to spare, but I was so wrong as Hesse just comes diving in and causing even more disruption. Crab up for this pre-flip out mid. Can someone read it? Of course, Aris has it every step of the way. I just don't understand.
I might just sneak in. No, Sketch has it. And the Stallions need to push forward here if they're going to get anything from this game. 10 seconds, clock ticking down. They hear that. Sketch's dunk is going to the corner. Sketch playing the sidewall. He's dumped by Eris. I mean, their confidence is not dead. They're still alive as they almost get that. This ball is still up. The float play from Crab, I think that was, just shuts it down. The Stallions take another game. 3-2. And the Stallions sneakily just, the Savannah Phantoms sneakily staying in this series. That parts of it they look completely outmatched, and then other times they're just there. They're winning. They look locked in. They look like a world-class team. So hopefully that can continue. Give us another game 7. Give me my 3rd game 7 of the day. Why the hell not?
Yeah, they are fighting tooth and nail here, finding their way through. And one thing to kind of note here is there was 2 own goals this series for San Antonio. They had 2 own goals this game. Both of Savannah's goals, funnily enough, are assisted in by a San Antonio member. I don't know if that's very healthy. You know, that's got to be a little bit frustrating for San Antonio, thinking, man, we really shouldn't have lost this maybe, or wow, that's just a dumb game to lose. But you can't think like that. Unfortunately, Savannah have found their way back in the series. You know, 2-3. That is a lot scarier than 3-1. That feels like way more realistic for Savannah to really dig deep and get back into this series. In fact, they're going to be bouncing back here, going into Tokyo, and Game 6 is on the horizon here. Let's see if Savannah can keep digging in, keep finding more in their bag of tricks, and already when Game 1 is 50-50 comes through, Sketch is going to have the first chance here, but in fact that ball just gets ripped all the way down. Messi trying to best control in the corner. It's a bit awkward. Crab doing well to kind of break dance his way to that Hunter boost, and another shot comes clear, but it just rips over to the ceiling, and pressure is ensuing.
I want to go back to the kickoff. You did speak about the San Antonio kickoffs just being superior earlier, and that trend is continuing. I mean, they didn't get punished this time, but the Savannah Phantoms have to be careful on kickoffs. Maybe they'll be few and far in between as Hezzy cuts off Eris here. Sketch has to be careful, gets a decent touch. Eris is touched to the backboard. Is there a shot there? No. Sketch will leave that Hezzy to the back with nobody up, 2 players up now. A double commit will force that out. I mean, that is, if you're gonna double commit, that is how you do it. Big clear, forcing the offense back, giving their team time and space. And Hezzy looking to push this through again. Eris to the side of the corner, perhaps should have an easy touch. Does beautiful control touch, gets a dunk out as well. Should have a teammate on the sidewall. Sketch stays on that somehow. I don't understand, but Hezzy controls it to the sidewall. Oh, looking for the sneak shot underneath, doesn't get it, fakes it out. That shot is on. Eris has it. And all of a sudden, the Savannah Phantom team just looks completely different. They look dangerous on offense, which I mean, if I had said that games 1 on 2's off, you would have called me crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, here we are adding on the pressure, and Hezzy able to take this ball with so much control right here. Looking for the midfield pass, but Crab shuts it down without a second thought. Now Sketch looking to take control of the corner, but is actually outpaced by Kazi. In fact, this ball's going across the net. A dangerous 50-50 comes through as well, and now Eris is unbelievably awkward backwards. The fake actually comes through. I don't know if intentional or not, but it comes through and works out. Kazi diving, playing the ball. Sketch able to get all over this ball and at least put it dangerously across the backboard. Water falling down. Hezzy has the clear out. Eris has to scramble back to this. Flicks it first time. Kazi staying close, just being a threat. Actually, Eris does get by smoothly past 3. Oh my goodness, but somehow Kazi finds his way back into play and clears that one to safety. Another big clear comes through, and a sigh of relief for Savannah Phantoms, as that one was unbelievably dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking what I'm seeing, the patience that I'm seeing from the Phantoms. What is that touch? There might be a shot opportunity. What is that pass ups?
I don't know. I can't tell you. 50-50, he just lands on it, and it's just whether a stroke of luck or pure perfection of the craft. I don't care how it came to be. It's in the back of your net, and now San Antonio Stallions have to respond. And they have not had much offense this game. 1 shot to their name to Savannah's 6. This is feeling a lot like almost game 1, except Savannah are scoring. In fact, another chance. They're piling it on. 2 goals. It's Savannah. Although, look, I've said it this whole time, the Dark Horse are pulling through at the latest stages of the game with their back to the corner. They have no other options but to go all out, kamikaze style, and here they are, up 2 games in game 6, looking to push game 7.
Taking down the clock, the pressure piling on. It's looking like the Phantoms just look different now. And the Stallions look nervous. I mean, I was thinking about a cycle attempt from Sketch. Almost like a caster curse there. Thankfully, he doesn't hit it. But the Savannah Phantoms look extremely confident. They're going for everything. I mean, you can case in point. Og just cuts off his teammate. Says, I have no boost. I'm going to commit for you. Go back. And the Stallions offense needs something. And perfect timing again. You know, a caster speaks. Something happens every single time. An unfortunate own goal, but there's not much you can do when the ball is just ripped at you at that close range. And the Stallions get their first goal of this game.
And I do feel that was a bit different than the previous own goal we saw in the other game, as that ball was at least already going in with some pace. You know, he had to get a touch, I believe, and unfortunately the touch just wasn't good enough this time. Oh my goodness, the fake comes through here, gets to a pass with attention or not. Backs come through, but so I don't think it'll sting as bad. But what will sting is if this ball punts right in the back of the net. If they sting more, if it doesn't at this point, as it hits the crossbar about 3 times before going in. Oh my goodness. And San Antonio's are right back in this. What has happened? Savannah have lost their 2-goal lead.
I have no words. I mean, from Kazi's insane touch to his back to goal line, almost a back pass that was completely unwanted to the million backboard. I mean, the post shots. I mean, it works. It doesn't matter how it goes in. The Stallions are back even. Almost like the first half of this game didn't happen, but they almost get right back. No, Hezzy has it. Sketch hits out double over 1. Grab the low boost, will get dunked out. Still has a shot on. Eris, able to go back, will still get the dunk out. Hezzy not close enough to also play back. Going for the reset, maybe, no.
Oh my.
Grab, pre-jump, and the confidence is, I mean, it's just there for all to see. Yeah.
It's rolling. It's a target. Hezzy has the save. Pressure still ensuing. Crab looking for a midfield pass, but actually just goes missing. Sketch has a little bit of time to take a 50-50, but that's not the touch he was looking for. Shot comes through. Aris has to clear it out to safety. Crab looking for the bump. Free jump. Shot top mid. Silo saved away by Hesse. Covering the one spot that was needed. Another 50-50 in the corner. Kazi gets the midfield boost. Looking to maybe turn on this ball. Sketch doing his best to clear it out. No demos found. Able to get behind this one, but actually does get past Aris. One touch, double commit. In fact, Hesse's pre-jumping at this stage of the game. Crab launches one down the field. Hesse confidently diverts it to his corner. Still a little dangerous though, as Kazi has control. Hesse, heavy touch out. Og is going to get a free beat here into the corner. Big boom down the field. Sketch is trying his best to cover that, but in fact, it's able to get beat out by Kazi. Big demo comes through. Hesse has to get a nice clear, and he does. Clears this one away to the corner. 10 seconds left on this clock. It's anyone's game.
This goes to OT. It's I'm looking forward to the
my
pressure
goodness,
as
oh my
Kazi goes missing with the ball. Everybody's so awkward as he pops it for himself and nobody up. I say that Crab is just off the ceiling. That's almost in. Aris opts to keep it up. Gets that back boost. Doesn't get the beat out. Kazi just done some. Kazi starts passing in mid. The ball is still up. The Stallions do not want this to be up right now. They have low boost. Crab starts popped high. Kazi is not close enough, or is he? He is. Pop shot. No, Sketch shuts it down. 0 seconds. Will there be a goal? Will we go going to OT? This is still up. Both teams not wanting to kill it, but it does die. And we have OT in game 6.
Wow, it seems almost irrelevant to talk about now, but that one whiff caused the entire lobby to halt in its tracks, and it almost, that's just what one slight mistake does in this lobby. Everyone has such high expectations of each other, and one miss comes through and it almost just had the entire lobby crashing down, but now we're in overtime. Pass comes through. Oh my goodness, 2 whiffs, and that's almost deadly. If that was a shot on target, that would have been game over, I'm pretty sure, but both players go missing and we will never know. Dunked out by Hesse into the corner. Crab just clears it out with everything he's worth, giving his team tied. The cut is not there. Free flip. Oh my goodness, Crab wins it out. Aris rips this ball down. Og meets them into the air. Aris, big catch on the sidewall. Free flip shot. Kazi saves it underneath. Hesse gets a 3-1, but it's no good. Crab able to take his time. Aris full dives and maybe doesn't get the ball, but gets the player almost better. Full dive again. This is a really good chance. Savannah Phantoms actually transitioning this into a pretty bad chance. Oh my goodness, somehow San Antonio turned that into an unbelievably awkward position, into an offensive chance. Cut down. Aris has a free shot and it's wide, and that was open. You might not get another chance like that, and that could have been GG's Major 1 champions, but he goes missing.
I have no words for that one. If you lose this game, I don't know how game 7 is going to go. For the Phantoms! That is it! That is it! You missed the open down one end, and all of a sudden you're in game 7.
Kazi is him. Pre-flip around, rips that one. Aris does what he can to keep it up, but it's not enough. My goodness, what a shot! Oh my gosh, I'm out of breath.
I don't blame you, Zonzo. The Phantoms starting slow, but they've surely warmed up now. They are here to play, as we get a call switch from Hesse, perhaps. I don't know if a call switch is going to help you with that. You just got to score the open net, unfortunately. hopefully the Stallions will not be looking back at that opportunity and just thinking about it too hard. It is game 7, but it is just one game. The mentality of one game at a time, and that's how you got to play. But the momentum has completely shifted in the series. 3-1 down, and looking like the Golden State Warriors here, unfortunately. Will they shut it down, or will they falter? Oh boy.
Yeah, I am genuinely at the end of that game lost for words. Not only that, that's gotta sting for San Antonio. It could have been over right then and there. A takeover. I know how you're feeling right now. I just went through this last week in the semis, but oh my goodness. Now in the finals in world class, this is like pretty much the most bragging rights tier for everyone. This is just turning out to be a ridiculous game, and we have somehow found ourselves on the Champions field. I don't know how we're here. San Antonio looked unbelievably dominant in the beginning of this series, but Savannah Phantoms have unbelievable resilience and have bounced back from this series. I don't know how they're in this, but they are here to play game 7. It's anyone's game. Wait a minute. Oh no, one of those sketches I completely opened that to shoot on because of a miss in the corner. This is not the way Savannah Phantom want to start up this game. Crab, just a misread off that corner. It's not an easy one, but for a player of his caliber, it should be just a free touch. And they even get Good chatted. Nice demo. Oh my goodness.
Love the banter. Unfortunately, Crab looking like Atomic. I mean, I have seen a world champion do that, so it's okay. You can regain, I'm sure, my king. As On looking to capitalize and get one opportunity, maybe get it right back. Hezzy's boom now in the Fennec. Not like the Octane, it seems. Kazi, the man, the myth, the legend, the captain of this Savannah Phantom team, driving them forward. Beautiful control touch, beautiful demo, and Crab there to just slot it. Makes up for his mistake.
Yeah, that has to feel good for Crab, you know, getting that right back. And I almost forgot to mention the first goal of this game, Hesse started it off with a triple what a save. I don't know if it's going to come back to bite them, but that did happen. I don't know if it was in good fun or if it actually was meant to be toxic, but I'm sure they're all pretty good friends at this level. And oh my goodness, Eris and I believe that was Sketch teaming up yet again to strike right back. And this game, it is no hold bars already. It's just a quick pass, shot into the back of the net. 3 goals in the first 30 seconds of this game, and it is just they're off the hook at this game at this point. They are full diving every ball, every challenge. I don't want to say they look nervous, but I mean the goals are coming easy.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the way my luck has been zombs today, we are going to OT. That is just how my day is going. I mean, I'm here for it. Might as well end the day off with a bang. As the Stallions finally have a lead as guys.
Okay.
Cool, man. Cool, we got it. As he will try to bring it out. Pass out to Sketch. Looking for the double off the floor. Kazi pops it out mid. Eris will have the pop out touch to Hezit as he taking control of the beautiful touch. Will he have the reset? Does. Going for the pancake almost. Looking for the dunk. Gets beat out by Sketch. And now the Stallions looking primed. Almost the skim touch from Sketch. Hezzy taking their time now. The Stallions are just baiting in every single 50 from the Phantoms. But that is not what you want, because before you know it, you'll have Kazi on your net, just dunking the hell out of you and then demoing the other guy. It's an open net. Speaking of bumps and demos, that's not in somehow. And Kazi able to bring it away as he takes time, puts her into the corner. Will follow it up himself. Low boost, gets a pinch out to the backboard. Is there one on the net? But it was awkward. No double. Able to get it away. Sketch keeps it in the corner. 3 minutes left. Almost just a pass to Crab, who is following it up. We were watching his POV zombs and I almost didn't see it.
Yeah, that was such a smooth transition, but a smooth transition is not going to get you a goal on this level. A big fake comes through. Eris trying his darkness to get a good shot here. A pass comes through for Hesse, but Sketch and Hesse not on the same wavelength this time. Midfield pass comes through yet again, but a miss actually ended up saving them, and into the corner we go. Big 50-50 comes through, but Hesse has all the boost to play with. But unfortunately, comes up empty about a second later as no play is even made. Oh my goodness, what is that play? The ball just absolutely pushed away whoever that was. And we have just been sitting in this corner. No play is really advancing. That's a missed touch out. Oh my goodness, it's on the goal line, but no one there to shoot it. Yet again, how are we on the goal line without a goal going in at this level? It is absolutely ridiculous stuff we're seeing. Both teams are, I mean, right there, I think if the San Antonio just aggress, if they get aggressive, they do their normal thing where they're just unbelievably confident. I think they go up 2, but they're playing a little bit nervous. They're playing a little bit further back than they have the rest of the series. And that might punish them. They should be up 2 right now.
Obviously, they probably should be up more, and this is shades of last game where they're just missing their opportunities. And if the Simpson Phantom score, especially off this, as they're bumping each other, Crab commits. This might be open. Og rushing back. They shot not there from Eris. We definitely expect better, but the offense still carries on. I don't know what's going on, but Crab gets it away. Eris going for the double high. Gets it. Drops it down. Kazi has the coverage. Both still now in this blue corner. I mean, that just takes it to the ceiling. That was an interesting chain of dashes as Crab is awkward here. Look at the dunk out. Still has control. It's a back pass to Kazi. Eris takes control. Every second he has this ball, it's another second. The Phantoms can't score. Beautiful dunk, almost a beat out. Hezzy will have time, will have boost. Just off to just bang it. And Kazi with a pre-jump almost gets baited by that. And maybe sometimes it is good to just heat check the other team and just pop it on net. Og has time, has space. Let's give it away to Hezzy. Puts it to the side. Kazi with the cutout infield. No one there for the Phantoms to follow up. Sketch low boost to the backwards. Og goes. Og goes. Kazi goes. Was that Crab? nobody connects, and the bounce shot just goes in. That is not one you're gonna want to watch back if you're a Phantoms fan.
It's just so unbelievably painful. But it is a goal at the end of the day, and now kickoff strike comes through. They're going for the mid boost. It does not pan out this time. In fact, they even get the corner. San Antonio have primed themselves for a win. Not only that, but now they go on 3:36 seconds left, and now down 3. San Antonio have put themselves in a fantastic position. This game has to be over, right? But I would not count out the Savannah team yet. They have been unbelievably resilient. Despite only having one shot this game, they have been completely crushed out. You still can't count them out. They've been so resilient. Can they fight back? Can they spring once again? Looking unbelievably impossible as it's now a 3v1 on the enemy goal, and it's just swarming with cars. And that's got to seal it, AK. 5-1 San Antonio. In fact, Hetze just leaves the game. He calls GG's. Savannah Phantoms haven't even... They didn't call GG's. That's next level toxicity. He just left. They're going to play the rest of this game 3v2. I have never seen a bigger spit in anyone's face in my life. Wow. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, I have no words for that. It happens. I mean, shout out to the Savannah Phantoms for playing this out. As Eris, that's surely down. Kazi, maybe getting one back now. There's a surely bounce. Looking to keep it up. Maybe one more for the road. Get some pride back in. As both teams play it out. We'll get one goal. Final goal wins. Savannah Phantoms have it. Jokes aside, the San Antonio Stallions shut down the 3-1 comeback and take this in 7. Wow, Zonfree, what a series.
I'm all over the place emotionally for the series. I mean, it was a fantastic showing. I did not think Savannah could possibly get this one out to 7 after those first 2 games, but they dig deep. They find a way back into the series, and they really made this a fantastic series. This is not a series you should bow your head to. Like this, you keep your head held high. This is a fantastic showing for the rest of the season, and I'd be proud of this match here. I mean, this was unbelievably difficult to bounce back from, and you found a way back all the way to Game 7. Game 7 was a little bit messy, but you got there, you know. GG's all around. Fantastic game we had here, and I could not have asked for a better way to end the night here. Okay?
I mean, yeah, I completely enjoyed it. That was an awesome series to count. I mean, that's my third 7 of the day. Going the distance. First one in Academy. Second one, Game 7 overtime in Novice, and just to end off with a walk-off banger. I couldn't ask for a better game. It's a long day. My eyes were exhausted, but I am thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm hungry, man. I'm gonna be honest though. I'm gonna end this on a bang. Thanks everyone for coming out here and spending your night with us as we made our way through this amazing day of Major 1 finals, and it was a lot of Rocket League, but thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for sticking around, and GG's to everyone. This was a fantastic day. This was nothing but content all the way around, so I appreciate you for joining us. So, AK, we'll wave our goodbyes and say goodnight to everyone, but thanks for hopping out here. Next Sunday we'll be back, so stay tuned for that, and make sure to check us out in our Discord if you're not already there. Adios, amigos. Have yourself a wonderful night.